Returning on accounts.
Mr. Marie Rose, are we ready?
We are, Judge.
Okay. I can't cut my video on. The host disabled my ability to cut on my video. Oh, okay. Start your video. Okay.
Cool. Well,
Perfect.
that's okay, Judge, because they had me in a whole nother room that they were not planning on.
Cut it out.
I was like, okay.
I got put in timeout earlier.
I was joining you, Mr. Marie Rose. I was joining We appreciate these ladies because I know I'm probably the least techie person you ever have met. So I'm very appreciative. All right, so are we good, Ms. Marie Rose, any announcements after that meeting?
Yes, Judge. We can just go ahead and rock and roll.
All right, we can let everybody in. Let's have some fun today.
Sorry, Andres, can you hear me?
Yes, Lieutenant Moniz. Yes, I got you.
Did you get my message I sent you?
I did not.
To be on the Zoom, the chat box.
Oh, I thought you sent it to my cell phone. Let's see.
I don't have your cell number. Thought you got rid of me the other day, right? Here I am back again.
Well, I didn't expect for you to show up. That's what I was telling the ladies earlier. I knew that you were planning on going out of town.
Actually, I'm in West Virginia.
Okay. I don't know if your person is on here, Moni. We may be able to dispose of this without that. So let's just, if you can stand by. I know you're driving, so I'll come back to you.
Okay. I'm here if you need me. I'm gonna be sitting here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marie Rose, I'll go ahead and call the calendar just so that we know who's here. And then if you need to make any announcements after that, you can do that, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, is everyone in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I see someone connecting to audio. Let me give them one moment.
We actually have a couple people that's not connected.
Okay.
Like 6 people.
All right. Let me know when they are all connected. I see a few more moving. Trying to connect to audio.
I'll go ahead and send them messages as well.
Okay. Please place your phones on mute or your devices on mute. Okay.
Good morning. You can hear us?
I can hear you. Good morning. You will kindly place your device on mute.
Mute.
I would appreciate it.
Oh, you don't want, okay.
Yes, if you place your device on mute until we call you, I'd appreciate that. Good morning to everyone.
Buenos días a todos. Por favor, coloque su teléfono, el micrófono del teléfono en silencio.
I see a few more people connecting. I see 2 people connecting on my end, Madam Clerk. I see Tanya's iPhone, and then I see Albert Collier, it looks like.
Yep, and then we're just waiting for Larry Milton.
Oh, okay. Let me just take a look.
I just sent him a message.
Okay. Give us a few more moments. We have a few people connecting to audio still. And it's better if we don't repeat the same thing over and over. Hold on one moment. They may be having technical difficulties, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. If I get to their cases, I'll hold and then we can go from there. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judge Sellers, and this is the Forest Park Municipal Court trial calendar for Wednesday, August 24th. We conduct these trials electronically via Zoom. Because the trials are conducted, hold on, let me mute my computer.
Buenos días a todos. Esta es la sesión de juicios que se lleva a cabo en el Tribunal Municipal de la ciudad de Forest Park. Los llevamos a cabo electrónicamente por vía virtual.
Go ahead, Madam Vietnamese interpreter. What I'll do is I'll let you go next.
Ngày hôm nay là một cái buổi, một cái phiên tòa mà tất cả những cái người bị đơn đều có thể vào trong đây qua mạng, nhưng mà những người nào ở trong tòa thì cũng có thể có quyền cũng như là giống như những người đang trên mạng vậy.
Please place your electronic devices. I'm sorry. I already said keep your devices in mute. Okay. This is an opportunity for you to present evidence on your behalf in your case.
Esta es la oportunidad que tiene usted para presentar pruebas a su favor en su caso.
Đây là cơ hội để cho quý vị cũng như đưa ra những bằng chứng nếu mà mình có, và trong thời gian này thì tất cả điện thoại nên giữ ở cái vị trí cũng như là im lặng.
I'm going to call the calendar. When I call your name, please indicate that you're here.
Voy a llamar a la lista de casos. Por favor, cuando oiga su nombre, diga que te encuentra presente.
Bây giờ tôi bắt đầu gọi tên những người bị can ở trong buổi họp cũng như là trong phiên tòa ngày hôm nay. Khi mà quý vị nghe tên của mình thì nói rằng quý vị có mặt.
If you are a witness on a case that I call, please indicate that you are also here.
Si usted es un testigo en el caso de que yo llame ahora, por favor, déjenos saber también que se encuentra acá.
Nếu trường hợp quý vị nào là người nhân chứng trong vấn đề này thì khi tôi gọi tên, quý vị cũng nên lên tiếng để cho chúng tôi biết rằng quý vị có mặt hôm nay.
Right. Darius Deshaun Balding.
Here.
And witness Luis Guzman Cruz.
He should be here, Your Honor.
Oh yes, I see his, okay. Erica S. Body.
Here.
Thank you. Princess Jessica Brown. Princess Jessica Brown. Okay. Jermaine Callahan. Jermaine Callahan. We are resetting Maribel Torres Chavez. Latanya Francis Clark.
Here.
Thank you. Edward Dwayne I'm sorry. Well, let's see. Edward Dwayne Dallas. No. Okay. Tiara Lee Davis.
I'm here, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Latasha Foster.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Adam Roof. She's here with us on Zoom as well. We're
Okay.
ready.
All right. We're ready for trial, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right. Thank you. Camille Francois.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Dream Gist.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. And then I have a witness, Farokh Gandhi. Anthony Graham.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Good morning, Mr. Graham.
Morning.
Good morning. Jerry Green. Jerry Alton Green.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good morning, good morning. Witnesses Elizabeth Deans and Jimmy Thompson.
Yes, we're here.
Thank you so much. Jasmine Hawkins.
Here.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning.
Witnesses Levon Edwards and Ted Davenport.
Good morning, Ted Davenport's here.
Good morning. Doc Robert Hicks. Doc Robert Hicks. Okay. Omar Incy. Omar Incy.
He's here.
Yes,
he's on
I'm here.
Oh, thank you so much.
No problem.
You can go back on mute, Mr. Incy. Thank you. Larry Milton.
Here, I'm here, ma'am.
Good morning. And I have witnesses Misty Sadfor and Kayla Kennedy.
Misty here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
C. Nguyen.
Yes, ma'am.
C. Nguyen.
Bác sĩ Nguyễn không?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. Good morning.
Present.
Good morning.
Antonia Lachey Tatum.
I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Andrea Latisse Thomas.
I'm present, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Witness Albert Collier. I believe I saw that name. He's trying to connect to audio, so do that, okay? Taneri Thompson. T-A-N-A-I-R-I, last name Thompson. Okay. I know I'm going to mess this up, Madam Vietnamese interpreter. You may have to help me.
That one, are you talking about Tran, the last one?
Yes.
That one has been resolved, and we are emailing. They're pleading guilty to an amended charge of basic rules. We're emailing them the 2-week payment information, so they have been released.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor, for not having me try to butcher that, because it would have been bad. All right. If I have not called your name, please come off mute and indicate who and tell me who you are.
Hello, I'm Marcus Pope.
Marcus Pope. Were you a defendant, sir, or are you a witness?
I'm a defendant for my baby. She's 3 years old with Elizabeth and Jimmy case.
Madam Clerk, can you help me out?
What was the guy's name?
Didn't have him listed as a witness. That's going to be in reference to the Jerry Green case, Elizabeth Deans and Jimmy Thompson.
Oh,
that's on page 5.
Thank you so much. And you are a witness, sir?
Yes, I'm a witness to Marley Popes. I'm her dad, and she's 3 years old because she can't speak for herself.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Excuse me, do you know the time, like with the trials, like how it goes, like we're third, fourth, or what?
Well, we're going to discuss that momentarily, okay? And then I'll give instructions after that, all right, sir?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You can go back on mute. Anyone else whose name I did not call? All right. So it looks like we have one with a Spanish interpreter, one with the Vietnamese interpreter, and then we have an attorney. Mr. Solicitor, what is your recommendation on order? My suggestion is that we do interpreters, maybe attorney, interpreters, or interpreters, attorney. I don't know, and then go in line alphabetically. What is your recommendation?
So Judge, before I get to that, I want to make sure that we clarify. So on page 1, Erica Body, who's announced that she's ready. Madam Clerk, did we verify officer availability on that one?
Oh, he worked here. He was notified and he is not here.
Okay, it's 8:55. So Judge, based on that, and I believe that's the only one that that officer has, and they're not appearing, the city would move to dismiss that particular case for warrant of prosecution.
Right, Miss Body, come off of mute for me, please.
Yes, Judge. Hi, good morning. Just got off
Good
work.
morning. Okay, so what the solicitor has asked for is that your case be dismissed for warrant of prosecution because your officer is not present. My assumption is that you have no objection to that, but I have
don't.
to ask on the record.
No, I don't have no objection. No objection.
All right, so your case will be dismissed for warrant of prosecution. I believe the clerk's office will send you something in the mail. Is that correct, Madam Clerk, or via email?
It's via email, and could you please place your email address in the chat so that we can send you the documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, once you do that, Ms. Body, you are free to leave, okay?
Thank you, Judge. You have a blessed day.
Same to you. Please place your information in the chat.
Gotcha.
Mrs. Solicitor, any other announcements?
Yes, Judge. I didn't hear on page 3, the top of the page, Latanya Clark. I know that she was present, but I don't know if we sounded off for the witness that was involved in that case, Stephen.
Yes, I don't believe that we did. Stephen Frugoli. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Stephen Frugoli.
And so, Judge, it'd be an 856, and that witness, because this was an accident case, that witness not appearing, that would also be dismissed for warrant of prosecution.
Ms. Clark?
Even though we have the officers?
Correct, because the
Okay.
officer was not there to see the accident. He was dispatched to that location.
Okay.
Ms. Clark, please. I'm sorry, go ahead. Somebody was saying something. Okay, Ms. Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What the solicitor has said or has stated as it relates to your case is that this was a case involving an accident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the witness, Mr. Stephen Frugoli, we have sounded for him, and he is not present on the call, on the Zoom. So the solicitor has moved to dismiss your case for warrant of prosecution. My assumption is that you have no objection to that, but I need to hear that on the record.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Clark, please place your email address in the chat. I'm gonna grant the solicitor's motion. Place your email address, ma'am, in the chat so that the clerk's office can send you a copy of your dismissal. And once you've done that, you are free to leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't forget to place your chat in, place your email address in the chat, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Solicitor, anything else?
Yes, Judge. On page 4, the Gist case, there's a witness on that one also, Farouk Gandhi. I don't believe, if we did announce for him, I don't believe that I heard anybody.
I believe that I announced for Mr. Gandhi, but let me do that again. Farouk Gandhi. Farouk Gandhi.
And
Mrs.
Judge,
Solicitor, I don't hear anything.
yeah, it's 858 at this point, Judge, and that is basically a witness case, not unlike the accident cases where the city would not be able to meet its burden without that witness. So we would move to dismiss for warrant of prosecution on that.
Ms. Gist? Dream Gist, I see you. Can you flip your phone because you're upside down on my screen? Yes. And can you come off of mute, please?
Is it still mute?
No, you're not muted, but you're moving around. You're moving side to side, or maybe it's me. No, you're good now. All right, Ms. Gist, the solicitor has moved to dismiss your case for warrant of prosecution because Mr. Gandhi is not present today. My assumption is that you have no objection to that. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a problem with the case being dismissed, do you?
No.
No. No. All right, and so I'm going to grant the solicitor's motion. Ms. Gist, if you would kindly place your email address in the chat, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the clerk's office will email you a copy of the dismissal, okay?
Okay.
And then once you finish putting your email address in the chat, ma'am, you're free to go for the day.
Okay. In the
All right,
chat.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
In the chat, where, like, I don't
In
see.
the Zoom chat. In the Zoom chat, do you see how to do that?
Oh yeah. Okay, I see it.
Okay, and then you can go back on mute, place your email address in the chat, and then you're free to go.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much. You have a great day. Mrs. Solicitor, anything else?
Yes, Judge, and I'm sorry for taking up so much time. I just want to kind of.
No, you're not taking up any time. Go ahead.
So on page 1, we had an FTA for Princess Brown, I believe it was the announcement.
She's
Correct.
actually here.
She is?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Yermak, is that we have Yermak available, correct?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay.
All right, so Princess Brown is here because I did have a no answer as well. I see her name. Okay. All right, we're good.
So we're gonna mark that one down as ready. And Judge, there was also an FTA on Callahan on page 2 at the top of that page.
Yes, I did see that.
Can we make an announcement for that? Because I believe that's Officer Fields' only matter, and we're gonna release her if Mr. Callahan has not shown up.
Jermaine Callahan. Jermaine Callahan. All right, we'll go ahead and I guess you'll make a motion at the end.
Well, so Judge, because I'm gonna go ahead and since this is trial date, we're gonna release this officer since it was the only case that she had. I'd move for an FTA on Mr. Callahan right now for the record so that we can justify removing Officer Fields from the Zoom.
That's correct. I'm going to grant your motion. Officer Fields, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
So
Thank you.
I also have an FTA on Dallas, Edward Dallas.
Yes, I did not hear anyone sound. Edward Dwayne Dallas.
And I don't know if, and Ada, you may be able to help me out, but I don't know if the witness, Mr. Ramiro Martinez Jurdez, ever logged on.
As far as I know, no, but I'll make an announcement. Señor Ramiro Martínez Udrés, si está presente, por favor, active su micrófono y déjenos saber que se encuentra en la audiencia. I don't think so. He never, joined the room with me, so.
All right, Mrs. Solicitor.
All right, so that would remain as an FTA. I just want to make sure if the witness was here, we were able to release that person since the defendant didn't show up. And I think that is it, Judge. We can go ahead. Well, I have an FTA also on Hicks, which is on page 6, in the middle of the page. But I believe Officer Ellis has several cases on this calendar.
Yep, he has one, or he or she has one right ahead of it. So unfortunately, Officer Ellis, you got to hang out with us a little bit. Okay, so in terms of order, I know our Vietnamese defendant is in the courtroom. We have the Spanish interpreter. How many cases do you have?
She only has one that showed up, Judge, and so I wanted to do her case and then the Vietnamese interpreter case, and then all of the officer cases, and then all of the ones that are accident cases that just have witnesses involved in that.
We do have one attorney present. When do we want to?
Well, so Mr. Ruff has been texting back and forth with me. He's actually headed to Fulton County on another matter, and he would pop back in when he's available. So we'll just look out for his report.
Okay, that's not a problem. We'll do that. All right, so we'll start with the Spanish interpreter cases. Which can you point me to that case, please? The first one.
Number 1 would be Balding, which is on the first page. The first.
All right. So let me give this general announcement. We're going to go through the trial calendar and we're going to start having trials. If it's a case that you are not involved in, please keep your phone on mute. You are free to Yeah. You are free to disengage your video. Don't hang up from the Zoom. Please don't do that. But if you don't want to just sit here and watch me, you can cut your video off. You're welcome to watch, right? Maybe watching may help you or understand the process a little bit better, okay? We will, when we call your particular case or the case that you're involved in, that's when you come off of mute, all right? Also, if you can put it, if everyone on the Zoom can put their email addresses in the chat, that way if there's an issue, a technical issue, whatever, we have a way to contact you, okay? So if you just drop it in the chat, that would be helpful.
Ok, una cosa muy importante, vamos a empezar a llamar los casos ahora que van a juicio. Solamente mantenga su micrófono apagado y cuando le toque hablar lo puede prender. Asegúrese de que tiene la cámara prendida si llaman su caso y las demás personas tengan la cámara apagada. Por favor, las personas que tienen un caso aquí, no los testigos, ponga su dirección electrónica en el chat.
Tất cả những người mà có mặt ngày hôm nay ở trong này qua cái màn hình đó thì nếu mà ai không có thể ngồi đây lâu đó, thì có thể bỏ cái địa chỉ thư điện tín của mình vô trong cái hộp đó để cho họ có thể liên lạc với mình nếu mà trường hợp mình bị cắt ngang. Còn những người nào mà ở trong đây đó, nếu mà quý vị có thể thì tắt cái điện thoại cho nó đừng có reo. Cũng như quý vị có thể theo dõi những cái tiến trình thủ tục của tòa có ngày hôm nay, và ngày hôm nay là cái phiên tòa cho tất cả quý vị ở đây. Vậy thì quý vị nào mà không có ngồi được ở đây thì có thể cứ để cái địa chỉ thư điện tín của mình vô để có gì người ta có thể liên lạc được với mình. Vậy thì chúng tôi bắt đầu thủ tục gọi từng trường hợp và để xử buổi sáng này.
All right, let's begin. I'm going to call the case of the city versus Darius Deshaun Balding.
All right, do you want me to put everybody in, Judge?
Say that again. I'm sorry, Mr. Solicitor.
Do you want me to swear everybody in?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part. Yes. Well, first of all, is everybody, I can't, Mr. Balding, can you say something so you can move to the top of my Zoom screen, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, perfect. Okay. And then Luis Guzman Cruz.
Señor Luis Cruz, por favor, prenda su micrófono que lo van a juramentar y prenda su video.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, sí lo escuchamos, ¿ok? Oiga lo que dice el juez, espere que yo interprete, ¿ok?
Perfect, I can see everyone. All right, Mrs. Solicitor, please go ahead and swear.
Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand.
Todas las personas que van a testificar, por favor, levante su mano.
Raise your right hand, Mr. Balding.
Is Mr. Balding,
Señor,
are you logged on as Albert Collier?
No, it says Darius Balding on my end.
Okay, so Mr. Collier, we're not speaking to you at this time. Your case is not moving forward just yet. We're doing somebody else's. I saw you had your hand raised, so I was confused as to who you were. Okay.
Okay, my bad.
That's all right. No worries. You can just place yourself back on mute. All right. So everybody who's going to testify, please raise your right hand.
por favor, levante su mano derecha si va a testificar.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give
¿Usted jura que el testimonio que va a ofrecer ahora,
in the matter now pending before this court,
en este asunto ahora pendiente ante este tribunal,
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
es la verdad? ¿Es la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad?
Yes.
Señor
Yes.
Guzmán, ¿contestó?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and lower your hands.
Pueden bajar la mano.
Your Honor, Mr. Balding was before the court because on November 17th of 2021,
El señor Balding se encuentra aquí porque el 17 de noviembre del 2021
he received a citation for failure to yield while entering a cross roadway.
él no se dio el paso al voltear a la izquierda cuando estaba metiéndose en la carretera.
Ah, correcto. Pero
Usted no tiene, espérese, usted no tiene que decir nada, ¿ok? Solamente el fiscal está diciendo lo que ocurrió. Cuando el fiscal le haga preguntas, cuando usted va a contestar, por favor, no interrumpa al fiscal, gracias.
Officer
Go ahead, Mr.
Cutler,
Miramos.
yes. Officer Cutler from the Forest Park Police Department issued that citation.
El agente Cutler del Departamento de Policía de Forest Park fue el que emitió esa citación.
The accident did occur in Forest Park.
El accidente ocurrió aquí en Forest Park.
The officer was dispatched to that location
El agente lo enviaron a esa ubicación,
where upon arrival, he spoke to the two people that he identified as involved in the accident.
que cuando él llegó, él habló con las dos personas que estaban involucradas en el accidente.
Based on the fact that the officer was dispatched to the location
Debido al hecho de que el agente fue enviado a esa ubicación
and did not witness the accident,
y no presenció el accidente,
the testimony of the officer is not needed to move forward with this trial.
el testimonio de la gente no se necesita para seguir adelante con este juicio.
Your Honor, the city would call its first witness,
Va a llamar a su primer testigo,
and that would be Mr. Luis Guzman Cruz.
y eso va a ser el señor Luis Guzmán Cruz. Ms. Mary Rose and George, I do have to go in about 5 minutes, but I have another interpreter who's going to be logging in. So I just want to let Mrs. Yates know to allow her to come into the hearing. Ms. Yates, her name is Claudia Mendez Porter, and she should be logging in a few minutes. So
Okay.
just in case, I have to leave in a couple of minutes, then I will wait for her to jump in so she can continue, okay?
Okay.
Before you begin, Madam Interpreter, please raise your right hand for me.
Sure.
Do you swear from the translation you'll give in the matter the truth and the penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Solicitor, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Senor Luis Guzman Cruz,
Señor Luis Guzmán Cruz,
Sí,
on the date in question, were you involved in a motor vehicle accident with Mr. Balding?
el día que estamos hablando, usted estuvo involucrado en un accidente de tránsito con el señor Balding.
sí,
Was
Yes.
that accident within Forest Park?
Ese accidente ocurrió en Forest Park.
sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Can you briefly state how the accident occurred from your position?
Por favor, ¿nos puede decir cómo fue que ocurrió el accidente desde su ubicación, desde su punto de vista?
Yo iba transitando y me puse en el carril del medio
I was driving and I was on the center lane
para voltear a la izquierda,
to take a left turn.
pero en eso la persona esta salió de la tienda $3 y fue cuando me golpeó.
At that moment, the person here in question came out from the $3 store, and that's when he hit me.
Y se supone que ahí esta persona no podía voltear a la izquierda porque eso no es salida para la izquierda, solamente una derecha nada más.
And then supposedly, this person could not turn left in there because this is only an area to turn right. He wasn't allowed to make a left turn.
Y fue cuando me golpeó y me dejó completamente parado por el checo total.
And that's when he went into the lane and then he hit me right there when I was sitting right there.
Okay. Senor Cruz, where was damage to your vehicle? On what side of your vehicle was your car
¿A
hit?
qué parte de su vehículo se causó el daño? ¿En qué parte le dañaron el vehículo?
Enfrente.
At the front.
So you had not completed your left turn, you were just going into the left turn, is that correct?
Entonces usted no había terminado de voltear a la izquierda, usted estaba esperando para voltear a la izquierda, ¿correcto?
Exactamente.
Exactly.
And were you located in a part of the street that had to rely on a light or a signal?
Y usted estaba ubicado en una parte de la calle que tenía que esperar para que cambiara, debió una señal de tránsito.
Correcto.
Correct.
And you had either the arrow or the green light to make your turn, is that correct?
Y usted tenía la luz de prendida que señalaba que iba a voltear a la izquierda, la luz que...
Correcto, sí, correcto. El detalle,
Yes.
como estaba muy, en ese momento muy congestionada la carretera, él no tenía la oportunidad de ver y solamente se volteó a la izquierda sin chequear si venía algún tipo de carro, si estaba parado un carro.
Yes, you know, that was true. That is true, and also it was there were so many cars there that he didn't have a chance to be able to see. So he just went in and tried to make the left turn without caution and making sure that there was a way to do it.
Okay. No further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Thank you,
tengo más
Mr. Baldi.
preguntas. Your Honor, may I just, I think Ms. Porter is right here. Will it be okay if she takes over? I just have a doctor's appointment and I need to, be leaving right now. I apologize.
No need to explain. Ms. Porter, are you available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Ida. Have a great day. I'll see you
You
this
too,
afternoon.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Porter, can you raise your right hand for me? Let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the translation you're going to give in the matter is truth and the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Porter, I believe you're interpreting for Mr. Luis Manuel Guzman Cruz. Is that correct?
Yes, that is, Judge.
Okay. All right. Mr. Baldini, Mr. Balding, I'm sorry, Baldini. Mr. Balding, can you hear me, sir?
Señor Balding, ¿me puede escuchar? Sí.
Okay, Mr. Balding, you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Cruz questions. If you'd like to ask him questions, you may do that now.
Señor Balding, usted tiene el derecho a hacerle preguntas al señor Cruz y si es que tiene alguna pregunta y lo puede hacer ahora.
I just wanted to ask, like, is he saying that basically the light was green for him to go?
Sí, le quiero preguntar si de hecho el semáforo estaba en verde para que pudiera pasar.
No, porque había demasiados carros y fue cuando él me encontró, cuando él volteó a la izquierda sin que él chequear si había carros. Como estaba muy congestionada la carretera, no vio y él solo se metió y fue cuando me encontró.
Well, no, and that's why, because there were so many cars, when he make a left turn without yielding, he didn't check, and that's when he hit me.
Okay.
Because he didn't see.
All right. Mr. Balding, any other questions?
No.
Señor Balding, ¿tiene alguna otra pregunta? No.
All right. Mr. Solicitor, unless you have any other questions for Mr. Cruz, you can call your next witness.
Señor abogado fiscal, a menos que tenga alguna otra pregunta para el señor Cruz, puede llamar a los otros testigos.
Judge, the city has no further witnesses, so the city would rest its case.
Okay.
Su señoría, la fiscalía no tiene más testigos, así que hemos terminado de presentar nuestras pruebas. ¿Está bien?
All right. Mr. Balding,
Yes.
the case turns to you, sir. You have the right to call witnesses, to testify on your own behalf, or to do neither, and simply maintain that the city has not met its burden of proof. If you do decide to testify, sir, or decide to tell your side of the story, the solicitor will have an opportunity to ask questions of you. Do you understand, Mr. Balding?
Yes.
Okay. What would you like to do, sir? Would you like to testify on your own behalf? Would you like to call witnesses or present evidence? Or would you like just to rest your case at this time?
Arrest.
You rest.
I'll rest.
Okay. All right. Mr. Solicitor, is there anything else?
No, Judge, that is it.
All right. Based on the evidence, I'm sorry. Did somebody say anything? No, maybe not. Okay. Based on the evidence that has been presented from Mr. Cruz, I believe that the city has met its burden. And so I'm going to find you, Mr. Balding, guilty of failure to yield. The sentence, Madam Clerk, I don't think I have a sentence sheet. What is the what is the penalty for failure to yield at trial?
135.
Okay. Mr. Balding, I'm going to sentence you, sir, to a fine of $135. Is that something, sir, that you can pay within the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot pay it, or if you do not pay it within 14 days, sir, you will have a $200 penalty. Do you understand that, sir?
I'm not worried about that, man.
Okay. All right. And so I hereby find you guilty, sentence of $135. I'm sorry, Ms. Porter, that was fast. Go ahead.
Bueno, entonces encuentro que basado en las pruebas que se han presentado sobre el caso, señor Bolden lo encuentro culpable por no haber cedido el paso y la pena va a ser una multa de $135. Si usted no puede pagarlo, por favor avísame. No tengo ningún problema para pagar. Muy bien. Entonces, esa será la pena. Son $135. Se le encuentra culpable por no haber cedido el paso.
Tengo una pregunta.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Sí.
La persona, la aseguranza no me quiere pagar nada de mi carro ni nada porque la persona que iba manejando no estaba en el seguro.
The person, the insurance is telling me they do not want to pay for the damages due to the fact that the person that was driving was not in the insurance, was not insured.
So I do not handle or deal with insurance, but Mr. Balding has been found guilty, and Mr. Cruz is welcome to come to the clerk's office to obtain a copy of the, to get a document showing that Mr. Balding was found guilty.
Yo no manejo lo de los seguros, entonces usted, señor Cruz, tiene el derecho de ir a pedir a la oficina de registros del juzgado del Clerk's Office a que le den una copia del fallo de la juez con la orden judicial sobre el caso.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. Balding, do you have any other questions for the court?
Yes. What do I pay that? What do I pay? I got to come in.
Yes, sir, you do. You have to come to the clerk's office, sir.
Okay.
I believe the clerk is going to give you instructions. Hold one moment.
¿Dónde lo pago? Dice el señor Balding. Puede ir a la oficina del Clerk's Office, de la oficina de registros, ahí le pueden dar la información.
And the address is 320 Cash Memorial Boulevard. It's here at the police department. And sir, could you place your email address in the chat, please?
I already have. I have.
Y la oficina del
I don't see it, sir. I'm sorry.
La oficina de los registros es 320 Cash Memorial Boulevard. Y si puede poner su correo electrónico en el chat.
Davenport and Foster.
I see it now, sir. Thank you.
Ya lo veo. Gracias.
Okay.
All right. If we don't have anything else on this matter, both Mr. Balding and Mr. Cruz may be excused.
Si no hay nada más con respecto a esta causa, entonces ambas partes, señor Balding y el señor Cruz, se pueden retirar.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Balding, you can log off. Thank you so much, sir. All right. I believe Ms. Porter, I think that's the only Spanish interpreter the only case we need a Spanish interpreter for. Is that correct, Mr. Solicitor?
It is, Your Honor. The other person never logged on, so we're going to move ahead.
All right, Ms. Porter, thank you so much for your service today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day.
I'm glad I could help. Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Ms. Sada?
Yes.
We're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and call Ms. Sada's case, if you would, Mr. Marie Rose.
Yes, Your Honor. That would be on Sai Win.
Đây là trường hợp của ông Sĩ Nguyễn.
Officer Cooley Hebron.
Ông viên cảnh sát Hubron.
Okay, I see the officer. Madam Translator, Ms. Sada, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the translation you're going to give in the matter is the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right. All right, I'm going to call the case of City of Forest Park versus Sai Nguyen.
Bây giờ tôi gọi tới cái vụ của ông Sĩ Nguyễn và quận của Forest Park.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Nguyen, can you see me, sir?
Yeah.
Ông Nguyễn, ông có thấy được thẩm phán không?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. We will begin your trial.
Bây giờ chúng tôi bắt đầu làm việc trong cái vụ việc của ông nha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Solicitor, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody who's going to testify, please raise your right hand.
Tất cả những người ở trong cái vụ này làm ơn đưa tay phải lên để tuyên thệ nhé. Ông đưa tay phải lên tuyên thệ nha ông Sĩ.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Vậy thì ông có tuyên thệ rằng là
that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending
tất cả những gì mà ông sắp sửa đưa ra lời khai trong cái vụ này
is the truth and only
không
the
gì
truth
ngoài sự thật,
Yeah.
under penalty of perjury,
nếu là trường hợp mà mình nói sai hoặc là đưa ra lời khai không đúng thì sẽ bị tội khai man.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
If so, say I do.
Nếu mà ông đồng ý thì ông nói tôi đồng ý.
Tôi đồng ý.
I agree.
Yeah.
Your Honor, Mr.
Ông có thể
Nguyen
bỏ tay
is
xuống.
before the court.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, Mr. Nguyen is before the court because on November 28th of 2021,
Thưa tòa, ngày 28 tháng 11 của năm 2021 có một cái vụ việc xảy ra. Lý do tại sao ông Sĩ Nguyễn có mặt ở đây?
he received several citations,
Ông ta nhận được được nhiều cái giấy phạt,
including striking a fixed object,
đó là ông ta đã đụng vô một cái vật cố định,
hit and run,
ông ta đụng xe rồi bỏ chạy luôn,
failure to maintain lane,
tức là ông không giữ đúng cái làn đường của mình,
vehicle leaving the roadway,
và cái xe thì bỏ ngoài đường luôn,
an abandoned vehicle.
và bỏ xe luôn ở ngoài đường.
All of these incidents occurred within the city limits of Forest Park.
Tất cả những vụ việc này, tức là những cái giấy phạt này, những cái tội danh này được bị xảy ra ở quận Forest Park.
And Officer Cooley Hebron issued those citations.
Và ông viên cảnh sát Hebron là cái người cho cái giấy phạt này.
Officer Cooley Hebron, on the date in question,
vậy thì ông viên cảnh sát Cruz Hebron nó có đưa những cái giấy phạt này cho ông cái người bị đơn.
did you have an opportunity to come in contact with Mr. Nguyen?
Vậy thì thưa bà có liên lạc được với ông Nguyễn hay không? Bà trả lời là có.
And was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
Và có phải là cái sự cũng như là gặp ông ấy là ở trong phạm vi của Forest Park không?
Yes.
Dạ đúng.
And are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
Vậy thì bà là nhân viên của quận có đúng hay không?
Yes, I am.
Dạ đúng.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
Vậy thì bà có thể nói cho chúng tôi biết lý do tại sao mà bà có đó.
On the 28th of November of last year, I was patrolling the area of Pine Ridge and Oak Brook, and I observed a abandoned vehicle that was crashed into a tree and telephone pole.
Vào ngày 28 tháng 11 2021 á, thì tôi đang đi tuần ở cái khu vực đó, ở khu vực Pine Ridge với lại Oak Brook, thì tôi thấy một cái xe đã bị đụng vô cái cây và cái cột điện thoại.
While investigating the registered owner, the vehicle, trying to further investigate to find out the registered owner's information from the vehicle, a tow truck driver came on scene.
Rồi trong khi mà tôi tìm hiểu và coi coi ai là cái người chủ của chiếc xe này, với lại nói chuyện với lại cái người mà kéo xe đi đó, thì tôi tìm ra danh tánh của người chủ xe này.
The tow truck driver said he was there to tow the vehicle that was crashed into the tree and telephone pole for a friend, and that friend being Mr. Nguyen.
Cái người mà cái công ty mà kéo xe đi đó, thì ông ta nói rằng là ông ta tới đó để kéo cái xe đi cho một người bạn, mà cái người bạn đó là ông Nguyễn, và kéo cái xe đụng vô cái cây với lại cái cục điện thoại.
Mr. Nguyen shortly arrived on scene after the conversation I was having with the tow truck driver.
Vậy thì ông Nguyễn, sau khi tôi nói chuyện với lại cái người tài xế mà câu xe đi đó, thì ông Nguyễn có mặt ở đó lúc sau khi tôi nói chuyện với cái người câu xe.
I spoke with Mr. Nguyen, and originally he said a friend was driving his vehicle the night before, which would have been on the 27th of November 2021.
Ông Nguyễn nói rằng là cái người lái xe mà đụng đó là người bạn của ông ta, mà chuyện nó xảy ra vào cái ngày hôm trước, tức là ngày 27 tháng 11 của năm 2021.
During further investigation, I had Mr. Nguyen read the false statement portion of the witness statement form that's provided by Forest Park Police Department.
Và sau khi tôi thấy rằng là ông Nguyễn không có nói đúng sự thật, tại vì ở trong cái đơn mà điền cho cái người cho ông ta điền á, thì ông ta điền sai những cái, không có nói đúng sự thật những cái điều ở trong cái đơn đó.
After reading the false statement, Mr. Nguyen then changed his story and stated that he was the one that was driving the night of the 27th of November 2021.
Và sau khi cũng như là ông ta khai trở lại, thì ông ta nói rằng là cái người mà lái xe vào ngày 27 tây tháng 11 năm 2021, tức là ông ta chứ không phải là một người bạn.
He stated 2100 hours that night of the 27th. He was traveling westbound on Pine Ridge Road when a vehicle failed to stop at the stop sign of Oakwood Drive. And to prevent hitting the vehicle is when he crashed into the tree and telephone pole.
Ông Nguyễn đã nói rằng là vào lúc khoảng chừng 9 giờ của cái đêm ngày 27 tháng 11 năm 2021 đó, ông ta tránh cũng như né tránh một chiếc xe khác để không gây ra tai nạn, thành ra ông ta lủi vào cái cột ở chỗ đường Pine Ridge với lại Oak Brook, cho nên chuyện tai nạn này nó đã xảy ra vì ông ta né tránh một cái tai nạn để xảy ra một tai nạn.
The police were not called that night of him preventing to hit the other vehicle but striking the tree and the telephone pole.
Tức là khi mà vụ việc xảy ra đó, thì ông ta đã không có gọi cho cảnh sát để báo cáo là ở hiện trường chuyện đó nó xảy ra, cũng như là ông ta tránh gây ra tai nạn, cho nên ông ta lủi vô cái cây với lại cái cây và cái cột điện thoại.
But the next morning, which would have been on the 28th when I came on shift, is when I observed that vehicle left abandoned.
Và buổi sáng ngày hôm sau, tức là ngày 28 tháng 11, khi mà tôi đi tuần ở cái khu vực đó, thì tôi thấy là chiếc xe cũng như là bị bỏ rơi ở giữa đường, thì tôi làm báo cáo.
That's all I have, sir.
Thưa có bấy nhiêu đó thôi ạ.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Vậy thì chúng tôi không có câu hỏi gì cho viên cảnh sát này hết.
All right. Does the city have any, does the city have any other witnesses? Oh, I'm sorry, before I do that. Mr. Nguyen?
Ông Nguyễn.
Mr. Nguyen, you have the opportunity to ask Officer Cooley Hebron questions.
Ông Nguyễn, hiện tại bây giờ thì ông có cơ hội để hỏi viên cảnh sát Cooley Hebron những cái gì thắc mắc mà ông có.
Giờ hỏi dùm là bữa đó lái xe tránh chiếc xe, mình đụng vô cái cây của nhà người ta, không có đụng cái cột điện thoại hay bất cứ cái gì hư hao, mà mình cũng không có hit and run. Mình đậu chiếc xe đó tại xe hư rồi, mình gọi cho người bạn của mình, giác đó cũng hơi khuya rồi, nói thôi không có đụng gì thôi để sáng kéo, nếu đụng thì gọi cảnh sát. Mà đụng vô
Hold on one second, Mr. Nguyen.
Ông
before you interpret that, I want Mr. Nguyen to understand he has the right not to say anything.
Tòa vừa mới nói, thẩm phán vừa mới nói, ông có quyền giữ im lặng, tức là ông có quyền không cần nói gì hết.
Ông ta muốn hỏi, mình muốn hỏi con hỏi vậy thôi.
No, I just have a question that because you said I can ask questions, so I just have one question.
Okay, I'm sorry for cutting him off. I just didn't want him to go on and he has the right not to.
Tôi xin lỗi, tôi đã cắt ngang giữa chừng cũng như là cái dòng tư tưởng ông đang nói, nhưng mà tôi muốn nói cho ông biết là cái quyền hiến định của ông, tức là ông có quyền không nói gì hết.
Ông, tại mình muốn hỏi vậy thôi, tại vì mình cũng nói người bạn mình, tại vì chiếc xe insurance có một chiều mình không cần gọi cảnh sát đâu, đụng banh vậy là hư dục rồi không có gọi cảnh sát, chứ không phải là mình không muốn gọi, với phần không có đụng tới ai hết, không đụng gì hết, đụng vô cái cây thôi, không có đụng trụ điện thoại gì hết luôn.
The reason I didn't call the police because my car is only insured one way and it's not two ways. Therefore, I didn't call the police. On top of that, I didn't get into an accident. To avoid an accident, I hit the tree that belonged to a homeowner, and I didn't strike a telephone pole. And that is my question, because I didn't, at that time was nighttime, and I called a friend to come and help me to tow. He said, if there's no involved, if you're not involved in an accident, and it's kind of late, so we can pick it up in the morning. So that was the story.
Okay. All right. Mr. Marie Rose, do you have any, Mr. Nguyen, do you have any questions for Officer Cooley Hebron?
Vậy thì ông Nguyễn, hiện tại bây giờ ông có thắc mắc hay là ông có câu hỏi gì cho viên cảnh sát Cooley Hebron không?
Dạ, tại vì viên cảnh sát nó cho mình nhiều tích kịch quá mà không có đúng á, thì bởi vì mình mới hỏi tại sao cho mình tới 5 cái tích kịch dữ vậy. Dạ, tại vì mình...
I just want to ask because it's just an accident that I hit a tree to avoid an accident. But why am I having too many citations?
I can go ahead and answer that, Judge.
Please.
Well, in the state of Georgia, when there's an accident, whether it's an accident with a vehicle or a fixed object, police must be called, because it's not up to him to state that there were damages to the tree and then a telephone pole that he did not strike, but he knocked a line down. We didn't know what that line was to for that telephone pole.
Tức là ở Georgia đó, cái luật của Georgia đó là khi mà có tai nạn xảy ra, mặc dù có đụng cái xe khác hay là không đụng xe khác, trong cái trường hợp này là ông đụng vào cái cây, và cái cây đó cũng như là nó liên quan, nó dính với là một cái sợi dây điện của cái cột điện thoại. Cái sợi dây đó nó rớt xuống thì không biết là cái sợi dây đó là sợi dây nào của cái đường dây nào, nhưng mà theo như nó nằm ở gần cái cột điện thoại. Mặc dù ông đụng có gây thương tích hay không thương tích cũng phải báo cáo cho cảnh sát biết.
Dạ mà cái này mình không có đụng vô mà rớt cọng dây nào của điện thoại, bây giờ chạy vẫn còn nguyên, tại nếu có gì mình chụp hình lại hết mà, chứ không có rớt một cái gì hết trơn.
I do not believe that it happened. I didn't see any line or anything that I strike. So I'm not sure why.
Well, he did say earlier that it was dark outside, so I'm going to assume that's why he wasn't able to see the line knocked down.
Từ vì lúc đó nó là tối rồi, cho nên có lẽ tại vì vậy cho nên ông không thấy, nhưng mà đó là lời của cảnh sát.
All right. So, Mr. Nguyen, do you have any questions for Officer Hebron?
Ông Nguyễn, thẩm phán vừa hỏi lại đó, ông có thắc mắc gì cho viên cảnh sát Hebron hay không?
Dạ có. Vì hỏi tòa viên cảnh sát đó, có chụp cái hình mà rớt cọng dây điện xuống hay là gì cho không? Tại vì bữa mình lại mình cũng đứng đó với viên cảnh sát đó luôn, không có cọng dây nào. Nếu cảnh sát nói mình đụng mà rớt dây điện xuống thì mình chấp nhận tội.
I want to ask Officer Hebron, do you have any picture to show that the line that I knocked off, or because the morning when the truck came over to tow the car, I didn't see any at all.
There were pictures taken with my department issued body camera, so they should be attached to the report, ma'am.
Ở trong cái tờ và báo cáo của cảnh sát đó, tức là cái trong cái hình nó có thể là được chụp đó, có thể mà nếu mà tôi tìm ra thì có đó, tự vì nếu mà không có tôi không có thể nào ghi vào trong đó được.
Ok, vậy nếu mà vị cảnh sát chụp được hình hay gì có thì ok, mình sẽ nhận tội.
If you indeed took a picture and there's proven to be line knocked down, then I accept it.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Nguyen, for Officer Cooley Hebron?
Vậy thì ông còn câu hỏi nào cho viên cảnh sát Cooley Hebron nữa hay không?
Mà tại sao ghép mình vô tội là hit and run? Mình đâu có bỏ chạy hay là gì đâu. Tại vì xe một chiều cứ nói vậy là một chiều thôi là mình thấy là bỏ rồi, không có đền ai mà cũng gì hết. Mình vẫn mình tại vì không biết cái lực là phải gọi cảnh sát, mà mình không có bị đau bị gì hết đâu, bởi vì mình không có gọi.
I was cited for hit and run, and I do not understand that when you hit something and you're not injured, you're not hurting anybody else, you have to call the police. So to me, that not, I didn't hit and run because I had to go and get help, and because my insurance just one way, like I explained earlier.
So, Mr. Nguyen, are you asking a question? This is not the time to argue with the officer. She has issued a citation. You can ask her a question and you can dispute it using the law, but this is not a time to argue with her.
Đây không có phải là cái thời điểm mà ông tranh luận với lại viên cảnh sát của quận, tự vì đây là luật, cho nên bà ta đã cho ông cái giấy phạt dựa theo luật lệ. Nếu như mà ông có thắc mắc gì để hỏi ông có thể hỏi cô Hebron, nhưng mà nếu mà ông tranh luận hay là biện luận thì đây không phải là thời gian để làm việc đó.
Vậy hôm nay là tòa vậy là bắt là như vậy là phải đóng phạt không con?
So does it mean I have to pay? Ông nói lại.
nếu mà không cho tranh luận gì ngày nào thì sẽ cho tranh luận về cái tòa khác được không chứ? Tại vì đưa 5 cái tích kịch bây giờ nhiều quá, mình không có đi làm ít tiền, không có tiền đóng phạt kiểu đó.
So I'm not allowed to say anything at this moment. So I just have to pay up the fine or whatever, the penalty. I must do it, or is there a chance for me to have another court date?
So I haven't decided the outcome yet.
Notice doesn't say anything about Zoom.
But at this point, I want to know if he has any questions. He will have the opportunity to speak to the court and say his side. But right now, it is Officer Cooley Hebron's turn to talk. And so if he has questions for Officer Cooley Hebron, he can ask those now. If not, we can keep going and he can tell his side of the story.
Hiện tại bây giờ đó, tòa nói rằng là thẩm phán nói là đây không phải là cái lúc mà cũng như là tranh luận. Bây giờ ông có còn câu hỏi gì cho cô cảnh sát Hebron nữa hay không? Nếu như mà ông không còn câu hỏi gì cho cô nữa thì cổ có thể hỏi ông. Nhưng mà đây những cái giấy phạt mà ông nhận được đó là dựa theo luật lệ của quận, của tiểu bang.
Ok, vậy nói vậy thôi, không còn câu hỏi gì, tại vì hỏi xong nhiều tích kịch vậy thôi.
In that case, then I do not have other questions. I just wanted to know why there's so many citations.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Mr. Solicitor, do you have anything else for Officer Cooley Hebron?
Vậy thì bây giờ ông có câu hỏi gì cho cái cô cảnh sát này nữa không? Đây là muốn hỏi cái người của tòa đó, cái ông luật sư của tòa.
No, Your Honor, I do not have anything else.
Okay.
Thưa tòa, tôi không còn câu hỏi gì cho bà ấy nữa.
All right. Mr. Nguyen, now is your opportunity, sir, to present your side of the case.
Thưa ông Nguyễn, bây giờ ông có quyền nói về cái phương diện cũng như những cái gì mà ông muốn nói với tòa bây giờ. Đây là cơ hội của ông đó.
You have the right, sir, to present evidence in your defense or testify on your behalf.
Ông có quyền nói ra hết tất cả những cái gì cũng như biện minh, biện chứng cho cái việc mà nó xảy ra đó cho ông. Hay là ông có những hình ảnh hay là những người nào mà nhân chứng ông có thể mang ra đây để nói cho ông.
Dạ không có gì nhưng mà
hold on one second, and you also.
The interpreter say, wait up.
Yes, you also have the right to call witnesses on your behalf.
Ông cũng có quyền mang nhân chứng ra nếu như mà ông có nhân chứng.
You have the right, sir, not to say anything.
Và ông cũng có quyền không nói gì hết, tức là quyền giữ im lặng.
Because if you testify, the solicitor will have the right to ask you questions.
Nếu như mà trường hợp mà ông nói ra những cái điều gì thì cái người công tố viên đó, tức là cái ông luật sư của tòa có thể chất vấn ông những gì ông nói.
Mr. Nguyen, what would you like to do?
Ông Nguyễn, như vậy thì bây giờ ông muốn làm thế nào, ông muốn xử lý như thế nào?
Tại vì mình còn phải đi làm, mình không có muốn mà ra tòa cô, bởi vì bây giờ với phần bây giờ nói tòa giảm cái án chứ mình đâu có muốn là đụng vô mà hit and run hay là gì đâu, mình đâu có những cái tội đó ghép vô nhiều quá như vậy là không được, có thể bớt xuống hay là gì, tại giờ đi làm đâu có lương nhiều đâu, vậy nói mà chứ mình cũng không muốn ra tòa làm gì nữa, nếu mà ít là mình đóng rồi.
Your Honor, to be honest with you, I do not want to be in court for any reason at all because I need to go work and make a living, and I do not make a whole lot of money. So, this is in my true being. I didn't have any intention of hit and run, but because, like I stated earlier, the insurance issue because it didn't involve with anyone. And in my opinion, I thought I didn't hurt anything. And it, a tow truck friend said that the next day it can be told, don't have to be now because it's nighttime. So it you know, all sum up, it was not intentionally, you know, and with so many citations like this, it really hurt.
Okay. Is that his testimony?
Cái đó có phải là lời khai của ông hay không?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Marie Rose, do you have any questions? Is that all? I'm sorry. Is that all?
Chị có bấy nhiêu đó thôi hay là cũng muốn nói gì nữa hay không?
Tại vì mình cũng không muốn ra tòa cô, tại vì đi làm cứ hở ra tòa phải nghỉ ngày này kia mình không muốn. Yeah.
It is difficult for me to you know, asking for a day off, and I just wanted to resolve the issue, and you know, I don't want to get myself into any kind of trouble. This is just very unfortunate.
Okay. Mr. Marie Rose, do you have any questions?
Vậy thì ông công tố, ông có nói gì thêm không? Ông nói là không.
You said you do?
I do not, Judge.
You do not. Okay.
Ông nói là ông không có lời nào muốn thêm thắt gì hết.
All right. Well, Mr. Nguyen, after hearing all of the evidence that's been presented, sir, I'm going to find you guilty of striking a fixed object, hit and run, failure to keep in proper lane, vehicle leaving the roadway, and abandoned vehicle.
Vậy thì sau khi nghe tất cả những cái gì mà ông nói ra thì tôi cho ông vào những cái tội cũng như là đã đụng vô một cái vật cố định, tức là cái cây đó, cũng như là gây tai nạn rồi bỏ chạy, với lại không giữ đúng cái làn đường của mình, với lại xe rời khỏi cái làn đường và xe bị bỏ rơi.
All right. Hold one moment, Mr. Seda. Madam Clerk, what are the standard fines for these charges?
Striking a fixed object, 165, hit and run, failure to stop, 355, failure to keep improper lane, 135, vehicle leaving roadway, 135, abandoned vehicle, 110, total amount 900.
Vậy thì cho cái tội danh mà đụng vô một cái vật cố định thì ở đây nói là cái cây đó là tiền phạt là 155 đồng, và gây ra tai nạn rồi bỏ chạy cái đó là 355 đồng, và cái tội mà không đi đúng cái làn đường, giữ làn đường của mình là 135 đồng, rồi xe rời khỏi làn đường đó là 135, và xe bị bỏ rơi là 110 đồng, tổng cộng là 900 đồng tiền phạt.
Nhưng mà tại sao phải vô cái tội là hit and run? Bởi vì cái tội nó mới nặng khi mình mua insurance rồi này kia, tại vì mình không có gành cái lực đó, tại mình không có đụng ai mà mình bỏ lại chiếc xe đó là sáng kéo đâu có gì tại trong nhà ta nữa, mà tại sao nói mình hit and run? Bởi vì cái tội đó cô hỏi dùm có bớt cái tội đó, tại vì nếu mà dính vô cái tội đó là mua insurance giá nó cao lắm.
Your Honor, I know it is hard for you and it's difficult for me to ask, but you know, for the hit and run, I wonder if you can please strike that, because it's going to be very difficult for me to buy insurance in the future. And I didn't cause an accident. It just avoided an accident and caused that car to hit the object, but it's a tree, so I didn't get hurt and nobody involved in an accident. So would you please help me to remove that, because it's going to be very impossible for me to purchase insurance in the future.
Mr. Nguyen, unfortunately, once you get to a trial and the court has found you guilty, there's nothing, you know, at this moment that I can do.
Ông Nguyễn, khi mà ông đi ra đến tòa mà có một cái phân xử ở tòa đó thì giây phút này tôi không có thể thay đổi được gì hết. Tức là những hiện trường mà cũng như những gì mà nó xảy ra ở hiện trường á, đã được ghi nhận lại và bây giờ chúng tôi không thể làm được việc gì hết.
Rồi bây giờ thôi nhận tội là no law mà đóng phạt, no law not guilty, đóng phạt được không cô?
So can I get the no law and pay the fine?
Mr. Nguyen, that was what you had to do before today. You could, I mean, I don't know if you're, at this moment, after the trial, and after you decide to have a trial, and after the court finds you guilty, you can't use your no law anymore.
Nếu mà ông muốn dùng cái no law đó là trước khi ông ra cái phiên tòa này, một khi mà ông ra phiên tòa này thì những cái gì mà cũng như là nó xảy ra là ông phải nhận vậy thôi. Cái lúc mà ông muốn đóng phạt mà no law là cái phiên tòa trước khi phiên tòa này, từ vì ông muốn đi ra phiên tòa này để tranh cãi thì đó là cái điều mà ông phải chấp nhận thôi.
Tại kỳ trước ra phiên tòa đóng phạt nhưng mà phạt tới 1.500 lần cô. Ông muốn ra phiên tòa này để bớt xuống tiền chứ phạt tới 1.500, bữa kêu con tới 1.500 ông ấy không đóng chứ. Nếu mà mấy trăm con đóng rồi.
The last time I was in court, the fine was 1,500, so I could not come up with the amount. That's why I wanted to go to court and see if, you know, maybe the court can lessen my sentences or my fine.
So this, unfortunately, Mr. Nguyen, where we are now, you know, your fine is less, but you do have a guilty. You have been found guilty. Do you need time to pay that money, sir?
Ông Nguyễn, rất tiếc là cũng như là chuyện nó xảy ra như thế này. Bây giờ ngày hôm nay ông ra đây dĩ nhiên là cái tiền phạt nó nhẹ hơn hôm trước, nhưng mà ông phải đóng phạt và bây giờ ông nếu mà cần thời gian để trả thì ông có thể được trả từ từ, không phải trả một lúc.
Dạ, không biết nhưng mà như lần này ra thì đóng phạt ít mà mình nói no law là đóng phạt ít cũng được. Tại vì đâu nghĩ là ra đây không được nói no law nữa là cái gì, hôm nay ra phải nhận tội vậy thôi, biết gì bữa đó đóng luôn cho rồi hay là thế chứ ra không cho mình cái gì hết trơn. Yeah.
Nobody had explained to me that today is, you know, at the trial I cannot plead no law because I didn't know the law, so I have to stuck with this today. I really feel badly. I could have, you know, taken care of it, you know, with payment or something from the last court date.
Well, I mean, do you need time to pay, sir?
Vậy thì bây giờ ông có cần thời gian để trả cái tiền phạt này hay không?
Không trả đóng lần một luôn nhưng mà không cho mình no law, mình thôi vậy là mình biết rồi, không có tưởng ra tòa phải được no law hay là gì thì mới ra chứ không nếu mà đóng phạt thì mình đã đóng lâu rồi, đâu phần phải nghĩ ấy nữa. Dạ, vậy cũng cảm ơn cô, nói khỏi gì để đóng phạt. Dạ.
Well, in that case, I guess I just have to come up with the money and pay the fine. I had no knowledge of going to the court. Then you cannot plead no law at the second hearing like this. I really am sorry for the decision that I made the last time.
So does he need time to pay? At this point, I'm just trying to figure out if he needs time to pay.
Ông có cần thời gian để mà trả tiền hay không, hay là có thể trả tiền ngày hôm nay?
Can he pay it in 2 weeks or does he need more time?
Trong thời gian 2 tuần, ông có thể trả tiền phạt trong 2 tuần hay không?
Con mới lại đóng phạt luôn con lần một không có ấy đâu. Yeah,
maybe tomorrow or the day after I can come up with the money and take care of the ticket.
Okay, so the total is $900. If you can pay within 2 weeks, you need to bring it to the courthouse.
Yeah, ma'am.
If not, there'll be a $200 penalty.
Vậy thì cái tiền phạt đó là 900 đồng. Ông có thể mang tiền phạt tới tòa để trả. Nếu mà không trả đó là sau đó nó cộng thêm 200 nữa, tức là 200 tiền phạt đó.
Dạ biết.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, I know you're in the courtroom with him. Will you give him instructions? Do you need Ms. Sada to stay on with you to do that?
I'm presenting him with the post-sentence deferred agreement. And just have him sign and date it, and just make him aware that he has to pay it by September 16th, and he can come in person or mail a money order. And if failure to do so will result in a $200 contempt of court fee.
Vậy thì cho tới ngày 16 tháng 9 mình có thời gian cho tới ngày 16 tháng 9 để trả số tiền này. Em phải mua cái money order đó để mang ra để trả. Rồi nếu như mà mình trả sau cái thời gian này đó là phải cộng thêm 200 đồng nữa, tức là 200 đồng tiền trễ, tiền phạt đó. Em biết cái địa chỉ chỗ này không? Cái địa chỉ
biết, tại gần nhà.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay, what we'll do is Miss Sada, Madam Clerk, maybe you can put Miss Sada in another room in the event that Mr. Nguyen needs more interpretation, because I think that's the only Vietnamese case we have on the calendar, and we can keep moving.
Oh no, that's okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Nguyen just said earlier that he lives rather really close, rather close to the courthouse, so he can come up and pay the fine.
Okay, all right. All right, thanks so much. Officer,
thank you, Judge.
Dạ, cảm ơn cô.
Yeah, cảm ơn. Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, you are. Have a great day, Miss Sada.
Thank
Officer
you.
Cooley Hebron, I don't know if that's your only case on today's calendar.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, you're excused as well, unless the solicitor has an objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, thank you so much, Officer Cooley
Thank
Hebron.
you, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
No worries.
Mr.
And
Marie
so,
Rose,
if we could call the next case being Larry Milton, that is Officer Bishop's case. Officer Bishop worked overnight. I believe that we need to go ahead and try to get them.
Yes, Officer Bishop. Let's see. Do we have the witnesses, Misty Sadeford and Kayla Kennedy?
Misty's here.
I see Misty's here. Kayla Kennedy? I don't hear anyone responding for Kayla Kennedy. So, Larry Milton, are you on?
I am.
All right, Mr. Milton, this is your trial for the charges of failure to yield and, failure to yield to the right of way while making a turn. Mr. Solicitor, you may begin.
Yes, Your Honor. Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, Mr. Milton is before the court because on December 11th of 2021, he received a citation for failure to yield. This was an accident. Officer Bishop issued the citation. Officer Bishop, on the date in question, did you have an opportunity to come in contact with Mr. Milton?
I did.
Was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
Yes, it was.
Are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
Yes, I am, sir.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
Okay. On that day, I responded to the accident scene of Jonesboro Road and Courtney Drive. Upon my arrival, I observed Mr. Milton's vehicle. It had just been hit and it was facing northbound on the southbound lane of Jonesboro Road. When I asked him what happened, he stated that he was attempting to make a left turn off of Jonesboro Road onto Courtney Drive. And he said oncoming traffic hit him, which was driver number 2. With driver number 2 hitting him, his car also hit another car that was sitting.
Breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. That was sitting on the sitting at the intersection of the stop sign of Courtney Drive and Jonesboro Road. So he stated he was making a left turn at that intersection. There is no signage or signal lights for left turns to be made. It is just a left turn lane. The only stop signs there are on the side streets, which are Metcalf on the east side of the street and Courtney Drive on the west side of the street.
Okay. So in your investigation, you determined that the vehicle driven by Mr. Milton was going into traffic and would have had to yield the right of way for oncoming traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you also interviewed the driver of the other vehicle, and that would have been Miss Misty Setifer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the statements that were given to you by Miss Setifer was consistent with your investigation?
Yes.
All right. No further questions for this witness this time, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Milton. You have the opportunity, sir, to ask the officer questions. Do you have any questions for her at this time?
Yes, I do. Actually, I had some questions on the scene. They told me to wait until court, of course. My only thing is, as I stated to the officer that night, I've been on that road 1,000 times, and if you know that area pretty well, as I'm approaching to make my turn, there's a hill and a curve. As I'm turning, you cannot see anybody. There's nobody there. Into my turn, a car appears, and at that point, there's no pulling it back, So, and I felt like at the time that speed played a major role in this incident. And the question I have for the officer, why didn't we check to see if she was speeding? Because if she wasn't going as fast, the speed limit must have been, I'm saying, like 35, 45 miles per hour on that road. Was there anybody check for speeding?
I was responding to an accident scene, so no one was checking for speeding.
May I say something else, Judge?
You have to ask the question of the officer at this time. If you
Okay.
want to testify on your behalf, you can do that later. There'll be an opportunity for that. But just
Okay.
questions. Do you have any other questions?
Other than speeding being checked, there was one more question that escapes me right now. Yeah, so was there any alcohol test taken?
No, it was not.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Mr. Solicitor, any redirect?
No, Judge, no redirect.
All right, thank you so much. Call your next witness, Mr. Marie Rose.
Judge, the only other witness that the city has is Misty Sandiford.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sandiford, on the date in question, were you involved in a motor vehicle accident with Mr. Milton?
Yes.
And was this accident within the city limits of Forest Park as far as you are aware?
Yes.
Can you briefly state to the court how the accident occurred from your position?
Yes, I was traveling southbound and just was crest over the hill about to go under the bridge, and I just didn't see him in time to react and stop. He turned and we just collided. That's all.
Okay. Now, when you say that he turned, you were traveling southbound, you said?
Yes.
And he was entering the roadway on which you were traveling, is that correct?
He was, I guess, going northbound and attempting to make a left-hand turn onto Courtney Drive, and that's where we collided.
Okay. But his left-hand turn would have required that he cross over the direction that you were going, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And I know there were some questions about some potential speeding. Do you recall, were you traveling past the speed limit or were you just driving at a normal pace?
I may have been doing 45, 50, and the roads were wet, but I don't recall excessive speeding, no.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
All right, Mr. Milton, you have any questions for the witness?
No, I did think of my question I had for the officer. Is that allowed still?
Not right now.
Okay, all right, okay.
Not right now.
Yeah, yes, the question I do have, I want to know, does anybody know the actual speed limit on the road?
Okay, so are you asking that of Ms. Milton, because she's the witness that is presently testifying?
Yes, that's my question. No matter who answers, I just want to know.
Miss Sandiford. Do you have an answer?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the speed limit is 40 miles an hour.
Oh, no.
The posted speed limit.
It's not. All right there. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Marie Rose, any other questions?
No further witnesses. Question, Judge. The city rests.
All right. Okay, Mr. Milton, you have the opportunity, sir, to call witnesses on your behalf, to present evidence on your behalf, or to testify yourself. Okay, sir? This is your opportunity. You do not have to testify, sir. You still have the right to remain silent, all right? So you do not have to give any testimony. And simply assert that the city has not met its burden. What would you like to do at this time, sir?
I would like to testify on my behalf. My witnesses are not available on this call. That's for me. But what I will say is this: I'm assuming good intent in all situations. We all trying to, get to our destinations. But as I said before, on the scene, as the solicitor speaks about turning to cross over the road to make the left turn, is a little inaccurate with respect to the solicitor. What it is, I'm sitting in a turning lane, and if you can visualize this, and I wish I've taken pictures, but it's been so long now. I'm sitting in a turning lane, getting ready to make a turn on Courtney Drive. At this very moment, nothing is within 30, 50, 60 yards in my vision of oncoming traffic. There's no oncoming traffic at that point. Once I realize there's no oncoming traffic, I begin to make my turn. Now that I'm halfway into my turn, a car appears and there's no going in reverse at that point. I can't pull it back. And boom, I'm hit. So with respect to Ms. Sandifer, my thing was, well, if it wasn't there when I began to make the turn, and now that I'm into the turn, how could that car hit me so fast at that point? That's what made me question the question of speeding. So the first thing that I said on the scene, and witnesses that were there, they was like, my gosh, she was going very fast. And I didn't get any name because I had to be taken to, I was put into the ambulance and assessed or checked out or whatever, and I couldn't find my phone. So I didn't get any information from witnesses. My family was out of town. I was home alone that weekend. My wife and kids were out of town. So I had nobody there, somebody come pick me up. But so the number one factor here, it's a hill and it's a curve. So as I'm turning, there's nobody there. As I'm into the turn is when I'm hit. So I don't want it to seem like that traffic is coming down the street and I turn in front of traffic and get hit. That's not the way it happened. So this is why I asked the officer at the time, like, did anybody check for speeding? Because she was not there when I attempted this turn. And I got hit and my truck was total loss. I'm not sure what happened with her car. And I mean, it was total badly messed up. So made me indicate they were speeding. And I asked the officer that, and they just told me that's a judgment call on the officer's behalf, I guess, like whether she should or should not check for speeding. Because I felt like if they were traveling at a normal speed, then they would have been able to stop. As the young lady said, she could not stop. And speed limit is not 40, it's 30 in that area. And basically what happens in that situation, I worked in that area, so I travel all the time. So therefore, cops are always out there in those SUVs because it's an area they really hold heavily for speeding. And so as I'm turning, she appears and hits me. So I feel like there's a little bit more to it than like somebody's coming and you turn in front of them. That didn't happen. And however this works out, I just want that to be known. That car was not there. And when I turned, that's when I got hit after I turned, after I decided nobody was there. And the only way that can happen is speed has to be involved, excessive. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Marie Rose, do you have any questions for Mr. Milton?
I do, Judge. I believe just one briefly. Mr. Milton, you're not denying that you crossed over into the same roadway in which Ms. Sandifer was traveling. Is that correct?
I see. That's okay. Let me ask a question. I crossed over into the lane.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Milton, I want to make sure you said, let me ask a question. That's why I interrupted you.
Well,
this is not your opportunity to ask questions. This is his opportunity to ask questions. Okay.
Yeah, I realized that I didn't ask a question. I realized.
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry.
All right,
go ahead. I apologize.
I want to be clear. I crossed over into an empty lane, and I don't want to say I crossed over into her. I was sitting in the turning lane, and I crossed over when I saw the lane clear. If that makes sense, sir. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at. What I want to make sure of, though, is in reference to your testimony that you understand somewhat what the law is. The ticket that you received was for failure to yield while turning. And my question was geared at making sure that you understand that you were crossing over into a lane that, and I know you dispute this, that was occupied by another vehicle. And we know that because your two vehicles collided. So do you understand the citation as it is written?
Understand. Don't agree, but understand.
And believe me, I do get your explanation of things. I just want to make sure that you understood what the ticket was actually charging you with. I have no further questions, Judge.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. All right. Any other witnesses, Mr. Milton?
No, ma'am.
All right. At this time, so do you rest, Mr. Milton?
I rest.
Listen, I'm
not gonna win. I get it.
Okay. Mr. Milton, after hearing the evidence, and I certainly understand your position, sir, but anytime that you make a left-hand turn and there is someone going straight, you always have the responsibility to yield. Okay. Right. The only exception would be obviously if you had a green light or something and you were turning left on a green arrow, because everybody else would be red, right? But in a situation like this, sir, you anytime you turn left, crossing into a roadway without a light, you have the responsibility to
yield.
And you didn't yield. So based on the evidence, you didn't yield. And so I am going to find you guilty. Madam Clerk, what is the fine?
Oh my God.
$135.
All right. Mr. Milton, I'm going to sentence you to a fine of $135. Are you able to take care of that, sir, within the next 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have to bring, you can make that payment at the courthouse or I think via mail. Can you place your email address in the chat, Mr. Milton?
Sure.
You sound so excited, sir. Once you place your email address in the chat, the clerk's office will contact you regarding payment instructions. And remember, you have to pay it within the next 2 weeks, sir, or they'll charge you a $200 penalty. All right. I see your email address. Madam Clerk, you got it? Madam Clerk, did you get it?
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
I have a question real quick.
Certainly.
Is there, I mean, I understand everything you just said and that what the solicitor said, and I appreciate all you very much. But is there anybody else I can further talk to with a better understanding of this particular law, because it really sucks.
Well, you would have, I mean, you can certainly hire an attorney, sir, to explain it to you. If you look on your citation, sir, the code section, it starts with 40-6- something at the end. And you can always look it up if you want to. Okay?
it's gonna say, but it's gonna say what you said.
Listen, I mean, you know, that's part of the reason why I'm the judge, right? I kind of know the law just a little bit.
Oh man.
right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Sandifer and Officer Bishop. If that's your last case, Officer Bishop, you're excused, and Miss Sandifer, you're excused.
Yes,
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you. Have a great day, Mr. Milton.
Nobody ever responded.
Mr. Marie Rose, next
Yes,
case,
Judge.
please.
The next case would be Camille Francois, Judge, and that's based on the witness who is an officer for Union City who is traveling actually on his way up to Ohio. We have him pulled over
All right.
for his testimony.
Okay, why don't we do that? Hold on. Let's pull that one up. Francois, give me one moment, please. Camille Francois.
Yes, ma'am. Right here, yellow.
Oh, gotcha, okay. I'm sorry, you know, I have one of those screens with all the people on it.
You're
So
cool.
you have
You're
to
cool.
talk
Trust
so you
me.
can-
I had to click where it says speaker so I could just see you. That's it.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And I see Lieutenant Mahoney. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Miss Francois, you were charged with aggressive driving, following too closely, and failure to signal lane change or turn. Mrs. Solicitor, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please swear the witnesses, sir.
All right, everybody's gonna testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, Your Honor, Ms. Francois is before the court because on December 16th of 2021, she received 3 citations, one for aggressive driving, one for following too close, the other one for failure to signal a lane change. The citations were issued by Officer Moss with Union City Police Department, but the witness is actually the person that that called in these infractions was Officer Moni, who is here via Zoom, and he is with the Union City Police Department. And so that is our first witness that we would like to call. Officer Moni, on the date in question, were you involved in observing some infractions, specifically aggressive driving, the following too close, and the failure to signal while making lane change while traveling on the roadway, and that person driving the other vehicle being identified as Miss Camille Francois? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
I am.
Now, I understand that you are the witness. You did not issue any citations. Is that correct? Because this was outside of your jurisdiction.
Anytime we make contact in another jurisdiction, we can't issue the citation. The local jurisdiction has to actually issue them for us.
Okay. And could you briefly state the nature of the citations that were issued?
It was on Thursday, December 16th, about 7:20 in the morning. I was driving on Jonesboro Road, traveling south within the jurisdiction of Forest Park. I was approaching Grace Drive. I observed a car pass by me on my right. I was kind of slowing down to make my turn, and one car went by. And then immediately another car came to my right. I was in the left straight lane. The second car, which was a Chevrolet Spark, I believe, that was occupied by Miss Francois, drove directly up on the back of the car in front of it. The car started to kind of shift to the left like it was going to get out of the way. And at that time, she accelerated almost as if she was going to pass the car on the right before it got out of the lane. The driver swerved back over. I'm not sure because maybe he saw my police car. I was in a marked police vehicle. Miss Francois started beeping her horn very loudly.
Oh, by the way, Francois.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. She then sped around to the left side of the vehicle, drove by it on the left side, and then immediately cut right back in towards the front of the car in very close proximity, cutting the car off basically. The lane in front of her was open. There was plenty of room on the roadway. There was no other cars in close proximity to cause her to have any reason to be that close to another vehicle. The act, I felt, put the other driver in danger, and all of this is recorded on my camera, and I have access to that if you need to see it.
All right. Nothing further for this witness this time, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Francois. You have the opportunity to ask the officer questions at this time. Would you like to do that, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I just have one question.
Certainly. You may proceed.
Is it Lieutenant or Officer Mahoney?
I'm a lieutenant.
Okay, Lieutenant Mahoney, when I was pulled over, where was my question at? And you asked me for my information and everything, and I was giving it to you. And I explained to you that I needed you to speak to me like a person instead of speaking to me in the way that you were. And you told me that you were not going to speak to me like a person because I wasn't driving like a person. Can you explain to me why?
Is this in regard to your violations or in regard to another matter?
This is when I got pulled over.
Judge, I'm going to object for relevance.
Okay, Ms. Francois, what the solicitor has said is that your question seeks irrelevant information or information that is not relevant to the charges that you have been charged with, the aggressive driving, the following too closely, and the failure to signal. Do you have any response to that? How is this question relevant to those charges, ma'am?
Because I was going to bring up like mental health. I'm not sure if that's allowed in court, but I have all this evidence of me being in a mental crisis and then ultimately being in a mental facility.
Okay.
Because of all of this. Like this all led up to me being in a mental facility.
So Judge, may I?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and respond, Mr. Marie Rose.
And I just want to make sure that I understand what Ms. Francois is stating,
Okay.
that the issues that she had, or the issues that she had, she's saying were caused by this stop. So she's not saying she had issues prior to the stop?
No, I had issues prior to the stop. I was already in a mental crisis state already.
Okay, and so then I would renew my objection for relevance.
Okay. No problem.
I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead and answer the question, Mr. Lieutenant Mahoney.
Ma'am, I have all the video recording of the entire incident and everything that was said and done. I don't know if those were exact word. I'd rather doubt it, but we can play it back and watch if you'd like to. I think I was indicating that she didn't seem to have any concern for the other driver on the roadway based upon her action. And she wasn't really cooperative whatsoever with my request for information. She basically told me I had no jurisdiction there. I was a Union City officer. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't detain her, any of that stuff.
Okay.
So the hostility was a good bit on her part, more so than I would believe mine.
All right. Any other questions, Ms. Francois? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I keep doing that. I'm sorry.
No. I'm sorry. Did you have any other questions, ma'am?
I said no, ma'am, but I meant to say no, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm not one of those judges. That's my ma'am, Your Honor, all of it. I will respond to all of it. It's not a problem. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Marie Rose, for this witness?
No other questions, Judge. City rest.
All right. Ms. Francois, the city has rested, and so now it's your opportunity to either testify on your behalf, to present evidence on your behalf, to call witnesses on your behalf, okay? You do not have to do that. You don't have to make any statement. You can simply assert that the city has not met its burden. But if you do decide to testify or present evidence, then the solicitor will have the opportunity to cross-examine you. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how would you elect to proceed?
I didn't want to testify.
You did want to testify?
Yes, on my behalf.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was in okay, so the situation in question, when I was driving, the officer, yes, I agree, he was taking a left-hand turn, and when he was in that left lane to make that left-hand turn, I decided to get into his lane. I sped up. I did not cut that car off. I had enough space in front of that car to get back over, because ultimately, I think like a mile or two down the road, I was ultimately going to end up taking a right. I have tickets of aggressive driving. I don't believe that I was driving aggressively, because when it comes to aggressive driving, like I am intentionally trying to like harass a person, injure a person, trying to do something to this person, flicking them off, slamming on my brakes, all of that things. And I wasn't driving aggressively with this person. I will take the I will take the failure to signal, meaning when I got over to the left-hand lane, sped up, got right back over, I did not use my signal. I will definitely admit to that. But when it comes to the aggressive driving and the following too closely, I do not agree with. I didn't know. I'll say this. I didn't know I was in a crisis until I ultimately ended up having to get into this mental facility that I was in. I was in a mental crisis as they were explaining everything to me. After this incident, I ended up reporting to work. I ended up having a panic attack and I'm broken down, like I'm mentally not okay. My employer ended up sending me home. About a month later, I cracked, I guess. And I was in a mental facility all from January until May, and found out that I was bipolar. And when you're bipolar, that includes like reckless driving, that includes being aggressive or mean when people challenge who you are. So with me being bipolar and not knowing this at the time, I want to say that I'm not responsible for my actions because I have definitely improved since then. I have no problem taking a defensive driving class where I need to show up, but I am saying that I'm not guilty for these charges because mentally I was not okay. And I just now got to being okay with like medicine, therapy, being in the facility, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Mr. Marie, anything else, Ms. Francois?
No.
Mr. Marie Rose, any questions for the witness?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. So, Ms. Francois, let me just make sure that I understand your testimony. Are you saying that you don't believe that you're guilty of the offenses because of your mental condition at the time?
Yes.
Or you did not do what it is that you're being accused of?
I'm going to go with the fact, because obviously whatever he's saying that he believes that I got, because as you guys have been saying, the tickets were given, they're given. That's what he's saying that I did. I'm saying mentally I was not okay and may have done this, but I'm saying I'm not responsible for it because mentally I was not okay.
Okay. I
and I have records to prove that and everything.
I understand, Judge, and that's the only question that I have.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Francois?
No, ma'am. Just explaining that mentally I was not okay.
I do want to note for the record that I believe you submitted documentation on your behalf.
Yes.
Mr. Solicitor, have you seen that documentation, and do you have any objection to the court reviewing it?
I have seen it, Judge. I have no objection.
Okay. All right. Let me look at it. I didn't look at it because I do have it, but I didn't look at it until I gave you, Mr. Marie Rose, an opportunity to determine whether or not you wanted an objection. Hold on one moment. All right. So I'm not going to say very much out loud regarding the documents that I've received. I think that may be a HIPAA violation, given that this is broadcast on YouTube. And we obviously have a lot of other people on our Zoom, right? And so I want you to know that I am reviewing it, Ms. Francois, but I'm not going to obviously talk a lot about it to protect HIPAA rights. Is that, you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Francois?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marie Rose, I normally don't do this, but I just want to ask a question of the city. Given her documentation, it sounds like she would be pleading not guilty by reason of some sort of mental defect. Obviously, this is traffic court, right? So we don't get that intense with it. What say you to that, sir?
Judge, I would state that not knowing what her mental condition, or I'm sorry, not knowing what the treatment for her mental issues at the time would have no effect on her conduct prior to I'm sorry, during the stop or prior to the officer stopping her, because I don't necessarily know that has a direct correlation with driving.
It does, because when you're bipolar,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No. So just two reasons. Number one, my goal is to allow everybody to finish whatever statement they need to say. We're on a Zoom, right? So the talking over, I'm not mad, Ms. Francois, relax. I'm just saying, talking on a Zoom, we can't over talk each other, because between technology glitches and delays, it's all like, all at me at one time, okay? So I'm gonna allow him to finish, and then I promise you, I will absolutely get to you, okay? All right, go ahead, Mr. Marie Rose.
And Judge, the reason why I say that is because we have people on the roadways that are driving that are on all kinds of medications. And those medications, for whatever reason, can affect them differently. That, to me, by law, does not negate the rules of the road and how you conduct yourself while you're driving. And I'll give you a simple example of that, Judge. If there's a person that is on medication and that person's medication says that it makes them sleepy, and they take it and they end up getting into an accident based on that, we still hold them accountable for that. The officers cannot diagnose a person on the side of the road. We don't know what's going on with them when they're pulled over, but the fact that we see that their conduct was in violation of some sort of law or rule of the road at the time. What is determined afterward, I don't believe, is sufficient to cover what was done prior to that. We have people that get stopped for speeding all the time. They say they're on the way to an emergency, and they still get charged with speeding, because although there might have been a real reason why they were doing it, you cannot break the law while you're trying to, that's not an excuse in the law, Judge. So.
Okay. All right, Ms. Francois, I think you were gonna say something.
I wasn't medicated, so I didn't know. Hold on, I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was bipolar. So again, until you're medicated, it doesn't fix any of these situations. So with being bipolar, you do have reckless driving, you do have this aggression, you do have all of this. And until you're medicated, you can't see it. You can't fix it. I wasn't on medicine.
Okay. Lieutenant Mahoney, I think I saw your hand raised.
Just like I said, she's submitting the documents from that. Again, there's video of the entire interaction, and if you look and see how she acts, that may give you a better understanding of her mind state at that moment. And there's also, like I said, very clear video of her violations. It's not even within question.
All right. So, Ms. Francois, I want to use my words carefully, right? Number one, I believe words matter, so I just don't throw them around willy-nilly, right? First of all, I'm happy that you've gotten whatever the help is that you need to have a fulfilled life, okay? Because beyond this traffic ticket, certainly we want happy, healthy people, right? Navigating our roadways and spending time in our city. And so I'm happy to hear that you have addressed the issues and seem to be on your way to a healthier and stronger you, right? Unfortunately, however, Just as, part of the reason why I have Mr. Marie Rose explain things, and then I explain things, is just because I think that people really need to understand the law, right? And really need to, so that they can make whatever choices they need to make going forward in the future, okay? And just as Mr. Marie Rose said, when you choose to navigate the roadways, regardless of the situation, you've got to, you've got to follow the applicable laws, right? And so I understand, while I understand that we're in this crisis situation, and I can appreciate the records that I reviewed, you nonetheless had the duty when you decided to operate a vehicle to follow the applicable laws, okay? And based on the testimony that I've heard and the evidence that I've reviewed, I find that the city has met its burden, and I do find you guilty of these charges, of the charge of aggressive driving.
Because again,
well, you admitted you have it.
Yes, I completely, because I got over without a signal, but the aggressive driving, I feel as though it's like you're intentionally trying to harm someone or slam on my brakes or flick them off or run them off the road, and that's not what I did.
So hold on one second, because I just pulled it up. Give me 1 second, because I think I have the code sections up, which is why if you see me kind of like looking, hold on one moment. If you see me looking back and forth, it's because I think this is the right code section. Hold on 1 second. Okay, this is why. So let me read you the statute, because I think it's important that you hear it. Okay, it's very clear. It's very short. A person commits the offense of aggressive driving when he or she operates any motor vehicle with the intent to annoy, harass, molest, intimidate, injure, or obstruct another person, including without limitation. This is the key. Violating code section 40-6-42, 40-6-49, 40-6-48, 40-6-123, 40-6-184, 40-6-312, 40-6-390, 40-6-390.1. And give me 1 second. You failed to 40-6-42 is overtaking a vehicle on the left, right? And 40-6.
I didn't overtake, did I? Because
hold
I
on.
did over.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna read you. What happened is you can be 40-6-49 is following too closely. 40-6-48. In other words, those statutes that I've read, because I found you guilty of those statutes, and you were driving, because you were found guilty of those statutes, those can serve as the basis of the aggressive driving. And so that's what the statute says, right? And I'm bound and constrained by the law. So, Madam Clerk, what are the fines in those cases?
For the aggressive driving, $1,070. Following too close, $260. Failure to signal lane change, $165. Total amount, $1,495.
All right, Ms. Francois, do you need an opportunity to pay those charges? Do you need more than 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what we'll do is I'm going to place you on what's called pay only probation. If you pay all of it off within 30 days, you will have no additional charges, no supervision charges, none of that. If you need time to pay, if you need more than 30 days to pay, you can have, I think, up to either 90 days or 6 months. I'm not certain which one. But they will charge you
6 months. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
You will have either, what is it, Madam Clerk?
It's
Is it
12
90?
months. 12
12
months.
months. Thank you. So you can have up to 12 months to pay it on pay only probation. However, for every month after, you will have to pay some level of supervision fees to the probation company. Okay? They will send you all of the documentation. Did you place your email address in the chat, Ms. Francois? Oh,
I
perfect.
did, but I just did it again because it's buried.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have her email address?
I have it.
All right, Ms. Francois. I have found you guilty for the aggressive driving, sentence $1,070, following too closely, sentence $260, and failure to signal lane change or turn, sentence $165, for a total of $1,495. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Francois?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. You are free to go. And Lieutenant Mahoney, you are also free to go.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Mr. Marie Rose, I did see Attorney Ruff appear. Oh, am I
Yes,
frozen?
so we can go ahead and do Mr. Ruff's case now.
Okay. What is his name? What is
Natasha Foster is her name,
Foster.
Your Honor.
Got it. Good morning, Attorney Ruff.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you, sir. I see Ms. Hawkins with her hand raised. Before I start that case, Ms. Hawkins, is something that you need to say to the court?
Yes, I was wondering, did you all call my name?
Are you Jasmine Hawkins? Yes.
Yeah.
We did call you. Well, oh no, we didn't call your name to try it yet. So you still have a little bit more time, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. Marie Rose, you may proceed. Hold on, Ms. Davis, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I had the same question as she had. Did you all call my name?
Likely not. Let me make sure. Hold on. Nope, we did not call your name yet.
Thank you, Judge.
No problem. Go ahead, Mr. Marie Rose.
Yes, Your Honor, and that is Officer. Well, this is a failure to exercise due care. I think this was a hands-free device matter, and Officer Cutler is well.
No longer with the department.
All right, so we'd be moving to dismiss this from one prosecution, Judge.
Any objections, Attorney Ruff?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to grant the city's motion and dismiss the case for warrant of prosecution. Attorney Ruff, does the clerk have your contact information?
I believe she does, but I'll send her a chat.
I appreciate that. And once you send that in chat, you are free to go, sir, unless you have any other business before the court.
I do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Next case, Mr. Marie Rose.
The next case, Judge, would be, we're going to go back to the very beginning, page 1. So this is going to be Mrs. Brown, Officer Yermak.
Officer Yermak, oh, I see you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Miss Princess Brown, can you say something and come off mute and put your video on, please, ma'am? Okay, I see you, Miss Brown. All right. Ms. Brown, you were cited with doing business without a license, and Mr. Marie Rose, you may begin.
All right, everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Your Honor, Ms. Brown is before the court because on October 17th of 2021, she received a citation for providing alcohol after hours, or rather doing business without a license. Officer Yermak issued that citation. And actually, let me go back here because we have a witness on here, Travis Purcell. Is the witness available?
Sounding for Travis Brazel or Travis Brazel? No one has
Your Honor,
responded.
Your Honor, he
Oh.
was actually a co-defendant in that case. He was charged as well.
And Judge, at this point, I don't know if there was a conclusion to that particular case, whether he pled or he just, he's not on our calendar for today. So I'm just gonna assume that something else happened or he's placed on a different court date. So
He
in
has
any
been
event,
staged for appear 3 times.
it was a FTA. Okay, all right. In any event, for us to proceed, we don't need that information, or we don't need him to be present.
Okay.
And so the city would call its first witness, and that would be Mr. Officer Yermak. Officer Yermak, on the date in question, you had an opportunity to come in contact with Ms. Brown. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that contact with it was within the city limits of Forest Park?
It was.
And can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
Sure. So a little backstory, at least about this 1121 event hall. We had been having some ongoing issues with the event hall conducting business without a license. And so I had been doing some pop-up checks at the location, trying to help them work through the issues of conducting business without a license. On October 11th, prior to the initial incident, I received an update from Ms. Debbie Houghton, who handles all of the licensing and permits for the city of Forest Park. And she had explained in this email that the event hall only had an alcohol license for off-site consumption, meaning that any alcohol that was sold or distributed at the facility was to be consumed somewhere else, somewhere off-site and not at that facility. On October 15th, which was the Friday before I made contact with Ms. Brown on the Sunday, she had called the police department and spoke with Captain Hall. She had requested police security for an event that she was going to be holding on Sunday, October 7th. I then followed up with Deputy Chief Gentry, and we confirmed that being as that they did not have a on-site consumption license, there would really be no need for an officer to provide security because they could not consume any alcohol on site. I relayed that information to Captain Hall, and he explained to me that he called Ms. Brown and explained to her that there could not be any alcohol consumption on the property during her event. On Sunday, October 17th, just shortly after midnight, I did a compliance check at the business, and I found that they were consuming alcohol at the facility at that time. I explained to the manager, Mr. Travis Brazel, who we were talking about earlier, that there could be no on-site alcohol consumption, and that was stated with no uncertain terms. I also explained that I would, try to help them work through these issues, and I just gave a warning at that time. Later on in the day on Sunday at approximately 6:30, Ms. Brown called up to the police department, again asking if she could get an officer to provide security for her event that evening. At approximately 7:45, she and I spoke on the phone, and I explained to her that there was an issue with the alcohol permit for the business. And I also explained to her in no uncertain terms that there could not be any alcohol consumed on site because their business license did not allow it. And when we had the conversation at that time, she said she understood. I also explained that I would be stopping by the business later in the evening just to meet with them and conduct a compliance check at that time. Later in the evening at approximately 9:05 p.m., I stopped by the business to conduct my compliance check. While doing that compliance check, I saw multiple small bottles of wine and champagne being served to the patrons at the business. I met with Ms. Brown and Mr. Brazel and explained to them, that I had had conversations with both of them that they could not serve alcohol at the facility. And I did go ahead and issue both of them citations at that time for doing business without a license.
Okay, nothing further for this witness at this time, Judge?
All right. Ms. Brown, you have the opportunity to ask questions of this witness. If you have any, you can do that right now.
Okay. My understanding is I did speak with the officer, but when I called back the owner of the place, he stated that they had.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Brown. This is your time to ask the officer questions.
Oh, I
You
don't have
can-
any questions for him.
You don't have any questions for the officer?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Marie Rose, any other questions?
No other questions, Judge. The city has no further witnesses to provide, so we would rest.
All right. Ms. Brown, you have now the opportunity to testify in your own behalf, call witnesses on your behalf, or present evidence on your behalf, okay? You do not have to do any of that. You can simply, assert that the city has not met its burden. The choice is yours, ma'am. What would you like to do?
I would like to plead my case.
You'd like to testify on your own behalf?
Yes.
Understanding that when you're doing that, Mr. Marie Rose will have the opportunity to ask you questions as well.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Brown, you may begin.
Okay. On that day, I did speak with the officer, and after I hung up with the officer at 7:05, I then called Mr. Travis, and Mr. Travis stated that him and that same officer had issues and that their license was fixed. And for me, who's renting a party hall, event hall, and stated in the contract that they had all the license and everything was put together and everything was par, I then began to proceed with my event. So when the officer came to the scene, I explained to him that, well, I paid my money to the event owner. The event owner told me that y'all had issues. So I'm thinking in my head, okay, well, that's an issue between you guys. I just rented the hall.
All right.
So then I began to still pursue my party and give out liquor. But when he came and he did print it out, the license, he did bring a print out the license, said, and told me that this is where it was stated wrong. But Mr. Travis showed me something else, that their license was together and the city made a mistake on one of the numbers on the license, which is I don't know anything about. I don't understand because I've never sold liquor or I've never had a liquor license.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understand. Are you saying you're not the business owner?
No, I just rented. I was just renting an event hall for my 30th birthday.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marie. I'm sorry. Do you have anything else?
That would be it. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Marie Rose, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly, Ms. Brown, you, I think you testified that you were shown by, I don't know if it was Officer Yermak or somebody else, the information regarding the license and not being able to sell alcohol on premises. Is that your testimony?
Yes. When he came, he brought up a printout of the paper stating that this is what they have in their system. And then Mr. Travis showed me a different type of paperwork saying that their license was to par with the city and something with the secretary. I have no idea. I just rented the event space.
So I understand that your contract was with Mr.
Travis,
who is the person that owns the facility, correct?
Yes.
But you were given notice on 2 separate occasions by an officer from the city stating that you could not sell alcohol and you continue to do it anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct. When the last officer came, when I spoke with him that Sunday, October 17th, he did explain to me, and that's when I hung up the phone with him. I said, okay, I'm gonna call the event, the person who owns the event hall. And that's when the person who owns the event hall gave me a whole backstory. So at that point I was confused and was like, okay, what to do? And he was like, you can still, that's what Mr. Travis did tell me. I can still have liquor there and give out liquor. They don't have any issues with their license. I didn't know that there was a big issue until the officer pulled up with the paper in his hand and showed me, because he also gave me a copy and showed me where they have to fix their license alcohol consumption with the city.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Ms. Brown, do you have anything else to present
No.
on your behalf?
No.
Mr. Marie Rose, I do have one question. That particular ordinance that she's charged with violating, do you have to be the owner? I just am not familiar with the ordinance. So what does the ordinance say exactly? Because I don't know if I have it.
Judge, Officer Yermak can clarify that for us.
Yes, please. Officer.
Yeah,
King.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to. The title is a little misleading because the way that it's placed in the Forest Park system, it says alcohol after hours, but it's just effectively conducting business without a license. And so in the same sense that, if you had a business that was operating, selling clothing and you didn't have a business license, you could be the patron, or like as far as renting a booth, or you could be the person who actually manages the facility. In this case, I cited both the manager of the facility and Ms. Brown for the person who leased the facility to conduct the business for the evening.
Okay. All right.
And Judge, I know why you're contemplating.
Yeah, you see my brain moving, right? I mean, certainly
Yeah,
if she
I understand
Mr.
it, Judge.
Brazel is a very different discussion, right?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I do, and I understand that. Here's where I believe the city has some contention, because although Mr. Brazel is the person that owns the location, we would have in my opinion, legally, we would have a notice requirement. They both were cited. Ms. Brown and Mr. Brazel were cited, but Ms. Brown's citation is geared more toward having been given notice that you cannot do this because it's a violation of the city laws and rules. And then she still did it because the first time was a warning, as the officer, Mr. Yermak, mentioned. Now, again, I understand her conversations with the owner of the facility stating that everything was all clear, but once the police department intervened and said, no, it wasn't, you cannot do this, then at that point you take on the responsibility of the citation or the violation, because you still decide to do it. Whether or not the business license was held by the owner of the place, this is almost a sublet type situation. And even under those circumstances, there's certain things that you cannot do in violation of the actual contract between them. So I would submit to the court that if she had no notice of this, it'd be one thing. But based on the fact that there was one incident where she was given a warning, and then the next incident came and the officer came and viewed it going on after having told her that you cannot do this, providing proof that the license that this person has does not allow for this. And on the other side, the gentleman that owns a facility could have, if he'd ever showed up, could have been up here saying, well, I told her she couldn't. And then where are we? So I do understand the court's position in reference to holding the actual owner accountable, because he's the one who has to take out the business license. But I believe that under the law, anybody else who goes under them, even if it's in a rental situation, has to abide by those same rules and regulations. Once they're on notice, I'm sorry. Once they're on notice of that.
Yeah. So this is kind of where I'm coming down on this one.
I have a question.
Before you say that, what is Madam Clerk? What is the fine, or what would be the fine if I were to assess it at 100%?
$760.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
I understand where the state was coming from. And my point was, like, when I spoke to Mr. Travis, he assured me and showed me a different document from what the police officer showed me. Because when I got off the phone with the police officer, I then called Mr. Travis and he showed me a whole different document saying they had the license. So that's why I continued.
Okay.
And when the police pulled up, he showed me, no, this is what we just print out. This is stating that they don't have it. And that's when I agreed with the officer, says, okay, I understand and I'll accept the ticket.
Okay. This is a city ordinance, right? This is no points violation, anything like that, right? Am I correct?
Did you? Yes. Doing business without a license in city
City
ordinance.
ordinance. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Brown, this is where I'm going to come down on this. Okay. Because the officer told you, gave you notice, and I understand, you know, Mr. Brazel, you know, I think it's telling that he hasn't shown for 3 consecutive court dates, right? I think that that's probably telling about his character for truthfulness, right?
Yeah, true. Because I texted him when I had the first court date and he told me he just paid the fine.
Yeah. So, you know, his history with the truth is a little based on this situation. We have a little issue, right? So, and the officer did provide you notice. Okay. So I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to change the sentence though. Okay. And I wish Mr. Brazel was here because I'd give him the difference, but that's neither here nor there, right? But I'm going to cut it in half. Okay. So it's a city ordinance violation. I'm trying to do some quick math because that's not my strong suit. Hold on one moment. It's $380. Okay. Now you govern yourself accordingly. If you decide to rent from Mr. Brazel again. All right. So I'll cut it in half. Your sentence will be $380. Something that you can take care of today or in the next 2 weeks. Okay. So can you place your email address in the chat for me?
I have it.
You have it. The clerk has indicated that they have it. So you have to pay that in 14 days. On day 15, they assess you a $200 penalty.
Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. Officer Yermak, thank you. So, do you have anything else, Officer Yermak, on the calendar?
No, ma'am. This was my only case for today.
All right. You're free to go, sir. Be safe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, be safe. Okay. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Judge, the next one on the calendar is going to be Tiara Davis. That's going to be Officer Edwards.
Officer Edwards, how are you today?
I'm good, Judge.
All right. Ms. Davis, Tiara Davis.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Davis, can you cut your video on, please? Uh-oh, you went on mute. I need you to come off the mute and cut your video on for me, please, ma'am.
Yes, Judge. Make my screen bigger.
I can't see you. I don't know if you hit the little button.
I'm trying to make this
perfect. I don't think, oh, there you go. Okay. All right, Ms. Davis. So good morning. It's still morning. Hopefully we can be done before the afternoon. You were charged, ma'am, with stop sign violation and failure to have license on person, okay? You have a very bad connection, Ms. Davis, because you go in and out on me. Are you somewhere where you can get a better signal?
That's why I'm, let me see. Uh-oh. Is the connection any?
Yes, it's better now. It's better now. Can you hear and see everything that's going on?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marie Rose, go ahead and begin, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Everybody who's going to testify, please raise your right hand. Ms. Davis is frozen. Oh, there you go. Ms. Davis, please raise your right hand. I don't know if this is gonna work, Judge.
Yeah, Miss, we may.
Is it still the signal again?
Yeah, what happens, Miss Davis, is that you freeze, like you're frozen now on my screen. I don't, like you freeze in and out. Okay, yeah.
I'll have to.
And Judge, this may be one of the ones that we just have to reset and have her come in person.
Yes, I think that's what we're gonna have to do. And Officer Edwards, I'm sorry that we had to hear all that. Ms. Davis, can you hear me?
Is the
Ms.
signal?
Davis?
Yes. Is the signal any? Is the signal any?
It's not really any better. We really can't proceed to trial with your signal going in and out like that.
Just a moment. Let me try to get somewhere where the signal is.
Well, what I was going to suggest while you're walking is that maybe we reset your case and let you come into the courthouse.
I want to try to resolve this now. This case is very, very frustrating. I want to try to get this resolved.
Okay.
Today.
Well, well, you got to get somewhere with some good signal then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge. Is the signal any clearer now? Is it still going in and out?
You're good now, but you know, once we start taking evidence, we're gonna have to roll with it. Okay, so we can't stop and try to figure out why you're freezing.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Marie Rose.
Continue on I-75 south for 6 miles.
Whoever that is, Mr. Grant. Yeah, thank you. All right, Mr. Marie Rose, you can go ahead and swear your witnesses.
Okay, everybody's gonna testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, you can lower your hands. Your Honor, Ms. Davis is before the court because on January 30th of 2021, she received 2 citations, one for no license on person, the other one for a stop sign violation. Officer Edwards was the officer who issued both of those citations. Officer Edwards, on the date in question, do you have an opportunity to come in contact with Ms. Davis?
I did.
Was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
It was.
And are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
I am.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
I made contact with Ms. Davis after observing her running the stop sign, traveling southbound at the intersection.
And so once you made that observation, were you monitoring traffic at that location at that time, or were you just traveling in traffic?
I was monitoring traffic.
Okay. And at all points when you were monitoring traffic and you saw the violation, did you have any obstructed view of the vehicle driven by Ms. Davis and or the stop sign or the traffic control device that she seems to have violated?
I didn't have any obstruction.
After you made your observation, you did make contact with her and you pulled her over and explained to her why you'd pulled over. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, did she make any statements to you that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
And normally on your pullovers, it's customary for you to ask for license and registration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in doing so, you discovered that Ms. Davis did not have her license on person?
That's correct.
And based on that, you had to take a picture of her and fingerprint. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. During that investigation, and I see that you did not issue any other tickets, it was determined that she did have a valid license. She just did not have one to be able to present to you.
Correct.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Davis, you have the opportunity to ask the officer questions. Would you like to do that at this time?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you may proceed.
Where was your car when I was coming up past this stop sign?
I was parked on the side of the church down on the bottom of the hill. right in front of the stop sign.
Because your car was parked, at any point while you were sitting in your car from the time you parked to the time you left, did you use your cell phone device? Did you use the computer that's in your car? I know most police vehicles have a computer in the car. Did you stop and look down at your phone? Did you stop and look at your computer?
No.
So the entire duration of you sitting in your vehicle, you were looking at the road the entire duration. You had no disturbances while you were sitting in your vehicle. The entire duration from the time you parked until after you left from where you were, and at no point did you use your phone, your personal phone or the police phone, or did you use a computer? At no point did you do that.
Objection, Judge. I don't understand the relevance of that question.
Ms. Davis, what is the relevance of that question? How is it relevant what he did the entire time that he was there, and not just the time that this particular that you are accused of having run the stop sign?
I don't honestly remember stopping. I don't honestly remember not stopping there. And because they were sitting there, I'm trying to see if they just, because I do know that I was in a hurry where I was going, but I do know that stop sign very, very well. And I know if it's any stop sign that you don't want to miss, it's that stop sign. So I doubt personally that I did not stop. So I'm wondering if they just saw like a free pass, I'm going to try to ticket this person. Because if they were on their phone and they just, I see a car, I'm going to try and get behind this person and give them a ticket. I'm just trying to see if there was any distractions. Because
okay.
if they're on their phone or if they're on their computer and they look up and I'm just going to get behind this vehicle. I don't remember not stopping at that sign. So if they were they could have easily looked at their phone. They could have easily looked at their computer and then say, I'm looking up, I see this person. I don't think they stopped at the stop sign, so I'm going to get behind them.
Okay, I understand your objection, but I'm going to sustain it, which basically means that it's not relevant what he did at any point other than when he was stopping you, or when the time period that you are accused of having violated the stop sign law. That part is relevant, but what he did the entire time that he was sitting there is not relevant. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
Can you tell me, officer, exactly how you saw that I didn't stop at the stop sign? Did you see me speeding, or was it something? Can you tell me how you saw me not stopping there? Can you tell me what happened from your perspective?
Yes, I can. I saw you visually go approach the intersection, stop in the center of the intersection. When you saw me activate my lights, that's when you rolled back.
Okay. You said could you repeat what you said, officer?
Yes. I saw you approach the intersection, not stopping until you saw me when I activated my lights in the center of the intersection, and then you rolled back to where the stop sign was.
Okay. I asked you to repeat it because if I'm already past you, how can I see you turn on your lights? I want to make sure that I'm saying this correctly so I understand what I'm saying. You told me that I was going through the intersection and then I stopped when I saw you turn on your lights. If I've already crossed over past where this area is, now I'm in front of a house. There is a house on the left. There is a house on the right. If you're going south towards the courthouse from where I was. The church then where you were sitting is now behind me. So you're sitting in the church part because I know this stop. That is, if it's any stop sign in Forest Park that you don't want to miss, it's that stop sign. The church is now behind me. There is a house on the left of me. There is a house on the right of me.
So Ms. Davis, hold on one moment. This is an opportunity for you to ask questions of the officer.
My question is, how could I see your lights if I'm now past you?
Hold on, Ms. Davis. So, you know, kind of rule number one for me is
What did I do?
I'm gonna give you the courtesy of allowing you to speak. I'm gonna give the courtesy to everybody who's on the call. But I expect and demand the same. Do you understand that, Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am. What did I do? Is it my? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. Hold on. I was trying to finish my statement before
Yes,
you
ma'am.
proceeded.
Yes, ma'am.
So my statement is, if you have a question beginning with who, what, when, where, why, how, you are certain to ask. You can certainly ask that of the officer. Okay. You will have an opportunity to testify if that's your desire after the officer finishes. Okay. Do you have a question for the officer that begins with who, what, when, where, why, how?
Yes. How could I have saw your lights if I already passed you at the intersection? You said once I saw your lights, then I stopped. If I've now passed you and there's homes on both sides of me, how could I have saw your lights if I passed you?
Because when I activated my lights, you didn't roll back from the center of the intersection. You hadn't clearly passed me yet.
Okay.
You had
so
already
did
passed
I?
the stop sign, but you hadn't clearly passed me where I was positioned.
Any other questions, Ms. Davis?
So you're saying that I stopped in the middle of the? I'm sorry. I don't want to say that would mean that I would have eyes in the back of my head, but from what I hear you saying, you say I passed you, then I saw your lights, then I stopped. So if I've already passed you, even if you're on the side of me, I will ask this question here and again. If I passed you in any form, how could I have seen you turn on your lights? That is my question again to you. In any form, whether it's a couple of seconds, how could I have saw you turn on your lights if I passed your vehicle? Because I want to make sure that I don't sound rude, but that for me sounds as if I have eyes in the back of my head if I pass you. So how could I have seen your lights if I passed your vehicle, sir?
Judge, I'm going to object. That question was previously posed to the officer, and it was asked and answered.
I tend to agree.
That was my only question for the officer, Judge.
Okay.
Yes,
Anything else, Mr. Marie Rose?
Judge, if I can just ask, well, I don't have any other witnesses, Judge. I know Ms. Davis hasn't testified yet, so.
Okay.
Rest.
City rest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Davis, this is your opportunity to present evidence on your behalf. You can either testify on your behalf. I'm sorry, you can testify on your behalf. You can present evidence on your behalf. You can call witnesses on your behalf. You can choose not to speak at all. You do not have to. You can simply assert that the city has not met its burden. What would you like to do, Ms. Davis?
I want to try to briefly testify on my behalf.
All right, if you do that, you just understand that Mr. Marie Rose has the opportunity to cross-examine you. You understand that?
I do, Judge.
All right, you can go ahead and proceed.
That is my argument. Because I do remember the officer, and I've never known an officer to take pictures if they had a video camera. I kind of felt uneasy about that, but I was told that it's perfectly legal for them to take a picture. Even though I didn't deny that, I said I'm who even though I didn't have my license. But that was my initial argument, Judge. The officer said, you passed me, then you saw me turn on my lights, and then you stopped. I don't remember not stopping at that stop sign. And the court, I don't want to say the court is one-sided, but I do know that it's hard for me to defend that, but I also know that that's a relevant point. The officer stated himself, when you saw me turn my lights on, then you stopped. And I don't remember stopping in the middle of that street. Now I'm gonna turn around and go to the stop sign. If that were the case, I should have just continued on and then allow him to proceed behind me. But I honestly don't remember that. And for him to, you know, to my credit, for him to say, you didn't stop until you saw me turn on my light, is sort of adds to my point. How can I see you turn on your lights if I'm in front of you, or if you're beside me? So that is my only argument, Judge. And that is what he said himself. He said, I didn't stop until I saw him, but I had passed him. So for me, it just sounds conflicting, but that's my only argument, Judge.
All right, Mr. Boy, I just lost train of thought. Just that fast, Mr. Marie Rose. Please, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do, Judge. Ms. Davis, my copies show that you signed the citation, so you did get a copy of the citation, is that correct?
I did, but I no longer have the physical copy.
Okay. So, and I was going to ask you that because I was going to point you towards the citation so that I can make sure that you were aware. On the stop sign violation citation, because you received 2 of them, the officer put in his notes, and this is where I believe you may be confusing, because concurrent with his testimony here today, this is where I believe the confusion is in regards to how you're repeating what you believe you heard. On that particular day, when he issued that citation, he also put down notes as to what the factual basis for the citation, meaning what occurred that led him to issue the citation. And again, I know I'm supposed to ask you questions, but before I ask you the question, I have to make sure that you understand where I'm going with this question. The comment section of that, the remarks section states, driver went through 4-way stop, southbound, went into center of intersection. The driver stopped in the center of the intersection, then noticed me, rode backwards after I turned my lights on. That's the statement in regards to what he observed you do and what led his actions to issue the citation. Let me make sure, and this is where my question comes in at. I've heard you repeat what he's testified to, and it seems to me that you have the order incorrect. Your question was, how can he tell, oh, I'm sorry, how could you see in the back of your head, if you'd already passed him, how could you see he turned the lights on? But I believe his testimony here, just like his statement there, was that you stopped before he turned the lights on. You started to back up roll backwards after he turned the lights on. In other words, you ran the stop sign, stopped, realizing that you ran the stop sign. He saw you run the stop sign. You started rolling back, but only after he turned the lights on to pull you over. So I just want to make sure that you understood his testimony in reference to that, because I keep hearing you stating it in the reverse.
That is because that is the way that that is what I have heard him say, and
okay,
that is how it could have happened, because I just don't remember not stopping at that sign. So for him to say, oh, well, you didn't stop at the sign, you didn't stop until you saw my lights, that is what he just said. What he may have wrote on his actual on his actual ticket, I don't have the physical copy. That's different from what he just stated.
So let me ask you this, Ms. Davis. Do you remember rolling back towards the stop sign, reversing?
No, I know that stop sign very well, and I no longer actually have that vehicle.
Okay. So
I don't know how relevant this. I guess that's irrelevant. But at any rate, no, I do not. I just know that stop sign very well.
Do you remember the stop?
Yes, I do remember getting pulled over. That I do, honestly.
Where do you remember him pulling you over at? Was it after the stop sign?
Yes, I remember him following me to the very first intersection on the right. Yes, I remember him following me to the very first intersection on the right.
So at some point you believe he got behind you, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at what point do you believe that he gave you the signal for you to pull over?
at the first nearest intersection, not where he was parked.
So it's your contention that you made a maneuver going through that light, and then at some point you saw his blue lights behind you.
Correct. He was saying, I need you to pull over. Not as correct.
Okay. And when you say he was saying, did he get on his loudspeaker, or it was just you saw the lights behind you?
Yes, it was just the police vehicle lights. Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Davis, anything else?
I do not have any further comments about this, Judge.
Okay. All right. Based on the evidence that I have heard today, I am going to find you guilty of stop sign violation and a failure to have the license on person.
But I do have my license, Judge. I just
No. It's on. I said failure to have license on person. You didn't have your license on your person at the time of the stop. It's not saying you don't have a license. If you didn't have a license, that'd be a much different situation. Madam Clerk, what are the fines for those charges?
For stop sign violation, it's 135, and for the failure to have license on person, 300, total of 435.
All right, Ms. Davis, are you able to pay the 435 in 2 weeks?
No, ma'am.
All right. What we'll do is we'll place you on pay only probation. The first 30 days are free. So if you can pay it off in 30 days, you won't be charged any additional penalties. If it takes you, you have up to 12 months to pay, but you will have to pay supervision fees if it goes past 30 days. Do you understand?
I wanted to ask if I could have 60 days for the pay only. I could probably come up with that within a couple of months. I know I do know your policy is currently 30 days, but I would like to ask the court if I could have 60 days instead of the 30 for the pay only.
So you actually get 12 months for the pay only. You just get 30 days free. So after that, you would have to pay the monthly supervision fee, which I think is $39, but please
That
don't
is what I was trying to correct. That's why I asked for the 60 days instead of the 30 days.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to waive that. I can give you the 30 days, but I can't give you anything beyond that, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right. All right, is your email address in the chat already, Ms. Davis?
I don't have it.
All right, Ms. Davis, if you kindly drop your email address in the chat so that the clerk can get it.
Who is the clerk in the chat, Judge?
If you just, unless it's secret, you can just put it in the general chat and then she sees it.
Okay. All right. I have Andreas Morez.
Can you show it? Can you just put it in the chat to everyone?
Or I'll send her a message and she can respond back to my message.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Officer Edwards, do you have any other business before the court?
I do.
You do. All right, you get to hang out with us some more.
Judge, is this gonna go on my license? Is this gonna mess up my license? Is it gonna suspend it? Am I gonna get points? Or how is this going to affect my license? That's my question.
So because you were found guilty, it will report as a guilty, that you've been found guilty. What it does to DDS, I don't know. They're both, certainly the stop sign violation is a moving violation, so I am assuming that there are points assessed with that. The failure to have the license on person, I'm not certain if there are points assessed with that, but you'd have to discuss that with the Department of Services.
Judge, that's a no point violation.
Oh, the license on person, there's no points?
Correct.
Okay.
The stop sign I will receive points for that.
Yes, that is a moving violation.
Okay.
All right.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. And once you responded to the clerk with your email address, you're free to go, Ms. Davis.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Who's next?
Judge, that's going to be Officer Edwards' other matter. I believe that's going to be this last one. We need Omar NC is the next person.
Okay. Hold on just one moment. My iPad is draining, so I'm gonna have to switch devices. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Let me jump on Zoom here. Trying to operate 3 screens today to expedite things, but it's not. What happened? It froze. All right, here we go. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Let me switch devices. Cut my light up a little bit. That didn't really help much. Okay, I'm gonna log off of this, Madam Clerk, and then log into my other one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was you said, Mr. Mr. NC? Mr.
Yes.
NC is the next case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Also Officer Edwards' case.
Sorry, I was on mute. I said Mr. NC was the next case? Mr.
Yes,
Marie?
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. NC?
Yes.
All right, and this involves Officer Edwards. Mr. Marie Rose, you may proceed.
Okay. Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's great.
I do. All right, you can put your hands down. Your Honor, Mr. NC is before the court because on September 26th of 2020, he received a citation for an improper right or left turn. Officer Edwards issued that citation. Officer Edwards, on the date in question, you have an opportunity to come in contact with Mr. NC.
I did.
And was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
It was.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
I observed Mr. NC's vehicle making a left-hand turn from Old Dixie onto Forest Parkway. The vehicle went directly into the outer lane closest to the BP gas station.
Okay. And so at some point you pulled Mr. NC over and you explained to him what infraction or the violation that you observed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did he make any statements to you that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
All right. Nothing further for this witness at this time, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. NC, you have the opportunity to ask the officer questions. Would you like to ask any questions at this time?
Okay, was this time like over like a midnight? I was the left line because time is the left Uber driver. I turned my signal left on and lights left too. I just turned left.
Mr. NC? So Mr.
Yes.
NC, this is an opportunity for you to ask the officer questions, okay? Not say your side of the story. You will have that opportunity later. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask the officer?
No, I'm just not asking him. I'm just saying I'm just left line, turn left.
Okay, Mr. NC, hold on. If you don't have any questions for the officer, you will have your opportunity to say your side of the story shortly. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. All right, Mr. Marie Rose, anything else from the city?
Well, yes, briefly. Officer Edwards, in relation to this charge and on your citation, you've issued the citation, this code section is 40-6-120. Can you explain what the maneuver was that Mr. NC made that led you to issue this citation?
Yes. Anytime a driver is turning onto a multi-lane road, they had to stay to the most inner lane. Mr. NC instead he turned directly into the outer lane and proceed eastbound on Parkway.
Okay. And so according to your testimony, and Your Honor, just for clarification purposes, I pulled up the code section which states this. Under the statute, drivers of vehicles intending to turn left shall approach the turn in the extreme left-hand lane lawfully available to traffic moving in the direction of travel of the turning vehicle. To clarify what the law requires on that. I have no questions, Judge. The city rests.
Thank you. Mr. NC, it is now your opportunity, sir, to present your case. You can either testify in your own behalf, you can present evidence, or you can present witnesses. You can present nothing and simply assert that the city has not met its burden of proof. If you choose to testify, sir, on your behalf, Mr. Marie Rose will have the opportunity to cross-examine you. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, how would you like to proceed?
I'm gonna stay left line turn, you know what I mean? After doing nothing, I'm just left line turn left. There's no traffic, nothing. That's like over like 1 o'clock. Over midnight, no anyone traffic there.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else that you'd like to say to the court?
No.
All right. Mr. Marie Rose, questions for Mr. NC?
No questions, Judge.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. NC. Based on the testimony, I understand what you're saying, sir, but based on the testimony that I've heard, I'm going to find you guilty of failing to yield, all right? When you, yes, I'm sorry. Hold, Mr. NC, hold one moment, please, sir. Hold one moment, okay? I've given you the opportunity to speak, sir. You've done that. The court has gone ahead and entered an order finding you guilty of the improper turn violation. Madam Clerk, what is the fine?
$135.
$135. Mr. NC, I'm going to sentence you to a fine of $135. Is that something that you can take care of within the next 2 weeks, sir?
Okay, I take care. Only thing, I'm not guilty. You guys just give him guilty easy way. That says having it like a lights. We can go looking like a camera, lights, a camera. I'm not guilty this one. I was the left line.
Sir, so I've already made my decision in my ruling, and I found that you're guilty. The fine is $135. Is that something that you can take care of within the next 2 weeks, sir, or do you need additional time to pay?
Okay, I need more time.
Okay, we will go ahead and place you on paid-only probation. The first 30 days are free. After that, you will have to pay some supervision fees, okay? Did you already provide your email address to the clerk?
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk?
I have it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. NC. You'll check your email in your spam folder for further instructions, okay?
Look, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye, you can leave. Anything else with Officer Edwards, Mr. Marie Rose?
No, Your Honor, that was his last matter, if he could be excused.
Yes, thank you so much, Officer Edwards.
Thank you.
Mr. Marie Rose, call the next case, please.
That's going to be Anthony Graham, Judge, and that is Officer Lewis's case.
Thank you. Mr. Graham? Mr. Anthony Graham?
Yes, ma'am.
I hear you, but I don't see. Uh-oh. So your screen is completely black on my end.
I'm sorry, I keep a piece of tape on my mind.
Oh, got it. No problem. I can see you now, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Mr. Graham, you were cited with stop sign violation and driving while license suspended or revoked. Before you begin, sir, I want to make sure that we're clear. The driving on license suspended or revoked, if you are found guilty of that charge, sir, that carries a suspension. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you still wish to proceed to trial on that charge?
No, that was the thing, Your Honor. I never knew I was on trial. They were offering me some type of plea, my first appearance, and they never knew if I was eligible for NOLO, so they rescheduled me. Then when I came back, I guess the officer I don't know. I didn't even know I was in trial. Then today is now when I'm finding out I'm in trial. So I didn't have an issue with paying the fines or anything. My only issue was the FTA because I was late. I went to the wrong court, and that was it. But I've been waiting to hear something back. I didn't know nothing about no trial, no nothing.
Madam Clerk, is he eligible to use his NOLO?
One moment. You know what?
I definitely can't lose my license.
Normally, I don't do this, Mr. Graham. Normally, when you on the trial calendar, we just go to trial. But I'm feeling generous today.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. But I would have took my thing, but they never. It's the same thing that's happening now. She was looking, and then she said, "We'll put him on the next calendar."
You're eligible, sir.
You're eligible, Mr. Graham, to use your NOLO plea.
Yes, ma'am. I want to use it.
All right. So let me just go ahead and take your plea. Madam Clerk, can we take his plea today? Will we be able to do that with whatever? I don't know if you've sent documents or whatever. I want to make sure that I'm not throwing it out there and you're like,
Yes, we can take the plea.
okay. All right. So we're going to enter a plea, Mr. Graham, on, before I do that, is this Officer Lewis's only case, Mr. Marie Rose?
Judge, I believe that there was some case on the calendar, but they may have been resolved. Let me look.
He has Antonia Tatum as well.
Antonia Tatum. All right. Sorry, Sergeant Lewis. You got to hang out a little longer.
Okay, you're fine.
I'm trying to get you out. All right, Mr. Graham, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter the truth and the penalty of perjury? Do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you're about to give in the matter is the truth under penalty?
Oh,
of
yes,
perjury?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All I just heard was perjury, and I was like, huh?
No. That's fine. Okay, and I want to make sure I'm clear. You were charged with a stop sign violation and driving while license suspended or revoked. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does the stop sign violation carry points too?
It does, Judge.
It does. Are you going to use? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Maria was talking over you. Go ahead.
About 3 points, Judge.
All right. Do you want to use your NOLO, Mr. Graham, on both charges? I know you
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
use it on. Okay, on both. So I understand that you were charged, sir, with stop sign violation and driving while license suspended or revoked. And I understand that you wish to use your NOLO plea on both of these charges. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that you have the right to plead not guilty to these charges and have a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that by entering your plea of nolo, you're waiving that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you have the right to an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that by entering your plea of nolo, you're waiving that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that this court has the authority to sentence you to a fine of $1,000 on each charge, up to $1,000 on each charge, and 1 year incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you understand, you are giving this plea freely and voluntarily,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? And you are waiving your right to a trial on this case,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to both the stop sign violation and the driving while license suspended or revoked. Madam Clerk, what are the fines, the standard fines for those charges?
135 for stop sign violation, driving while suspended, revoked, 760, total amount, 895.
Okay. All right, Mr. Graham, your sentence as follows: on the stop sign violation, $135. On the driving while license suspended or revoked, $760, for a total of $895, sir. Are you able to take care of that today? Or within the next 2 weeks?
Oh, yes, yes, ma'am. I just need another day to go work Uber, but I could pay.
Okay, well, if you have 14 days within which to pay it. If
I don't
you
even need it. I've been here. I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not trying to prolong it. I'm not trying to prolong it. I understand fully.
I just
14 days and I get another $250 fine. Yes, ma'am.
Look at you, just got it down pat. All right. Okay, is your email just in the chat already, Mr. Graham?
I'm about to put it right back in here for you.
Okay, once the clerk confirms that they have it, you are free to go. Be sure to check your email and check your spam folder too, okay?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm just, when I get the money, I could just go straight to the courthouse down the street, because I live right behind the courthouse.
Yep, you can go straight to, I believe it's at the police department, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, have a great day.
You too.
Mr. Graham, I do have your email address.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jerry, I'm sorry, I started doing your job, Mr. Marie Rose, go ahead.
But Judge, you had it right. So next one's gonna be Jerry Green, Judge.
All right, Mr. Green, good afternoon. Yeah. It's still morning, it's still morning, we trying.
No.
Good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Green, you were cited with failure to yield while turning. Oh no, wrong. Yes, no, I'm right. Failure to yield by turning, and I see witnesses Elizabeth Dean and Jimmy Thompson.
Yes.
Okay, I see, and I see a very pretty baby. Who am I talking to? I see
Elizabeth Dean and Jimmy Thompson, and this the grandbaby.
Marley.
Marley Ford.
Okay. All right, and Officer Richard, I see you have logged in.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Mr. Marie Rose, you have the floor.
Yeah, sure. Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
All right. Your Honor, Mr. Green is before the court because on November 23rd of 2021, he received a citation for failure to yield while turning left. That was, it involved an accident. Officer Richard was, I believe, dispatched to that location. Officer Richard, on the date in question, do you have an opportunity to come in contact with Mr. Green?
Yes, sir. I do have to say that I wasn't the reporting officer on that call. I was an assisting officer, and I wrote the citation on Officer Malone's behalf. I made him aware of the Zoom meeting. I'm not sure if he wasn't able to log in.
Okay. No, that's fine, as long as you issue the citation.
Okay.
So in reference to the accident, you made contact with Mr. Green, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you made contact with Mr. Green, you then started investigating and got statements from all the parts. I'm sorry, you talked to witnesses and people on the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you briefly state how the accident occurred and why you ended up issuing the citation to Mr. Green?
Okay, Mr. Green was in
the left-hand turning lane going southbound on Old Dixie Road. He was making a left turn onto First Street at the intersection. While doing so, he was struck by an oncoming vehicle going northbound on Old Dixie. They both stated the light was green, but when he made his left-hand turn, he was hit by the vehicle going straight.
Okay. So Officer Richard, let me just make sure I understand your testimony. The vehicle that was driven by Mr. Green, although he may have had, or at least they've attested that he had the green light, he had to cross over oncoming traffic to make his maneuver. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in crossing over that oncoming traffic is when he was struck by the oncoming vehicle that was driven by one of the witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions at this time for this witness, Judge.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marie Rose. Mr. Green, you have the opportunity to ask the officer questions. Would you like to do that at this time, sir?
Yes, I would.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, on the police report, basically, it states that I stated that the other vehicle had its lights off. There was very low visibility. The question is, when the officer investigated, she said that the lights, when she went to investigate, the lights were in the off position. They tried to get them on, but initially when she started, the lights were in the off position. And that was, part of that, since, it didn't come out initially. And that's on the second page of the police report.
Do you have a question for Officer Richard, sir?
Well, maybe it's not a question. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I will tell you that the police report has not been tendered into evidence, and so I have not looked at it. So if you have a question for the officer, you may ask that at this time.
Okay. Well, it's kind of hard to ask a question there since she did. The question that I did have is that why they didn't get a ticket also, considering that their lights were off in the vehicle at night.
All right.
Well, like I explained, I was assisting Officer Malone, and he made the decision at who was at fault. He did investigate, and he said that Mr. Green was at fault, and he received the citation. Why the other party didn't receive a citation, I do not know.
All right. Mr. Green, any other questions for Officer Richard?
No, not at this time, no.
All right. Mr. Marie Rose, anything else from this witness?
Not from this witness, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You can call your next witness, Mr. Marie Rose.
Yes, Your Honor. The city would like to call Elizabeth Deans.
All right. Ms. Deans, you may proceed, Mr. Marie Rose.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Deans, on the date in question, which would be November 23rd of 2021, were you involved in a motor vehicle accident?
Yes, I was.
And were you the driver of the 2005 Lincoln Aviator that was involved in that accident?
Yes.
All right. And could you state for the court how the accident occurred from your position?
Okay. As I was traveling down Old Dixie Road, coming down by the light, all of a sudden the car just turned right in front of me. And I said, oh my God, he just turned. And then when he hit me, we both, went to the left side, to the right side, I'm sorry, to the right side. He turned in front of me from the left side.
Okay, so you were traveling down the roadway and you reached an intersection, and I'm trying to make sure that I understand your testimony. At that intersection is when you encountered Mr. Green's vehicle turning in front of you, taking a left-hand turn in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes, he turned left in front of us. He just turned so quick and fast. And then my daughter came on the scene as an accident, and my father and his daughter, you know, they were saying that his daughter was screaming, hollering, "Why you driving the car? You know you're supposed to be out there driving. Why you out here driving and stuff?" And, okay, well, okay, you can call Mighty Port and my daughter, Laquita Evans. So they were speaking with his daughter, which that
So I can't get into anything that somebody else said. I'm just asking you what you witnessed and what occurred. You can't speak for anybody else. So in reference to the accident, you were traveling straight. You were not making any turns, correct?
No.
And your intention was to proceed through that particular intersection and continue going straight.
Yes, my light was green.
No further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right, Mr. Green, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes. Do you know whether your lights were on at the time?
Yes, it was like daytime. It was like around about 5 something. My lights come on automatic.
But it wasn't daytime. It was
like 5.
Hold on. Let's take a deep breath. Mr. Green, you can ask questions.
Oh,
this is not the time to argue, right?
I'm
You
not-
asked the question, she answered the question.
Okay.
You can disagree or present evidence in your defense when it's your opportunity. Okay, sir?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from Ms. Hightower?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, wrong. Mr. Green, any other questions for Ms. Hightower?
I don't have any questions for her at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marie Rose, any other witnesses?
Your Honor, I believe Jimmy Thompson is on. Is Mr. Thompson Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
The city would like to call Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you were involved in a motor vehicle accident on the date in question. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And were you a passenger in the vehicle that was driven by Mrs. Deans?
Yes, I was a front seat passenger.
Okay. Can you briefly state to the court how the accident happened from your position?
We was coming down with the old Dixie. I think they were going northbound. And I don't know if this guy was turning or what, but he came up and he just shot straight in front of us to make a left-hand turn. And that's when all the collision happened.
Okay.
I do know the light was green. I was looking forward. I saw the light was green. And all of a sudden the guy came from the left and just shot right in front of us. And that's when the collision happened.
Okay. All right. And you were there when the police arrived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to give them a statement in reference to what occurred?
I believe I think one or two officers came over there while we were sitting down because the paramedics had got there. There was a bunch of confusion going on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Mr. Green, any questions for Mr. Thompson?
No.
All right. Any other witnesses, Mr. Murray Rose?
No other witness, city arrest, Judge.
All right, Mr. Green, you have the opportunity to call witnesses on your behalf, testify for yourself, or tender evidence on your behalf. You also have the right not to introduce any evidence on your behalf, but simply to assert that the city has not met its burden. Mr. Green, how do you wish to proceed?
Okay. I'm going to also actually testify also. I've presented evidence, basically. I've sent pictures and information, basically, on my behalf. And if I can tell my story or how it basically happened from my perspective.
Certainly. You said you had pictures. Madam Clerk, did you send me? You may have sent those to me. Did you send those to the clerk, Mr. Green?
I did, yes.
Okay, hold on one moment. I likely have it and I did not pull it. Give me one moment, please.
One moment, we're checking.
Okay, thank you so much. And officer, hold on one moment. I see in the chat. Oh, sorry. Mr. Marie Rose, while they're looking for that, is there a case that involves Officer Ellis? If so, can we take that case next?
Judge, the matter that I have with Officer Ellis is Jasmine Hawkins. And
Okay.
then Doc Hicks was a FTA, so that one is off. And on my calendar, that's the only one that Officer Ellis has.
Okay, Officer Ellis, we will take that case up next. One moment, Mr. Green, they're checking for your doc.
Oh,
Excuse me, y'all.
Yes.
We also have documentation that was sent in to you as well. They were brought in.
Okay, and that's Ms. Deans and Mr. Thompson, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we're emailing you Mr. Green's pictures.
Okay. After Officer Ellis's case, is there a case that involves Officer Ramos?
Yes.
That would be Andrea Thomas, Judge.
Okay, so we'll take that one after Officer Ellis's case.
Now, there is a witness on that matter. This was an accident. That would be Albert Collier. Mr. Collier is present.
Okay.
Judge, if since we have a witness and this was an accident, Officer Ramos's testimony is not necessary, but it would be up to the court to excuse him on that one.
Well, I mean, I have no problem excusing him. Just once I excuse him, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, whatever position it puts the city in, it. You know what I'm saying? It just puts the city in. If you're comfortable excusing him, I don't have any objection.
I hate to do it to you, Officer Ramos, but we're gonna hold you on here for a second.
That's fine. I've been here for 4 hours.
I understand. We're trying to move as fast as we can. Give us one moment. We appreciate you. Thank you.
She wrote the ticket because a higher ranking officer told her to write the ticket.
Whatever that noise is,
we need to make sure.
I've muted them.
Thank you. That was terrible.
yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody. I recognize we're taking a long time. We just want to. Everyone is entitled to their due process, and so we're going to make sure that we're doing that. I believe we're waiting to see if there's any documentation has been provided, right?
Judge, I've reviewed the documents that were forwarded to me by the clerk, and these are pictures. It appears to be pictures of the vehicle driven by Mrs. Deans, the Aviator and the damage to said vehicles. I don't have anything in relation to Mr. Green.
Mr. Green, did you submit the documents?
I did submit documents. Like I say, I submitted a picture of one of the pictures I wanted to bring out was the picture where it shows both vehicles. My vehicle is into the where it laid rest. My lights are on. That vehicle's lights are off at the back because the front end was torn up from their vehicle. When the officer went over to check the lights, basically, she came back and said that the lights were off. She didn't say the lights were on auto. She said when she checked the vehicle, the lights were in the off position. And that was on the police report, of course, but. And also my insurance company they investigated also and sent a letter stating that based upon the information that they have that the other vehicle would be solely at fault because of the fact that she didn't have lights on at the time. And there was low visibility. And I simply could not see the vehicle.
Okay.
When I came up, I was going south on Old Dixie. I came up, stopped, looked, and then I proceeded to make my turn. I didn't see any vehicles coming. When I was into my turn, I looked over my shoulder. I saw the vehicle, a big SUV coming with no lights on, and it hit me at the back quarter panel almost when I was almost through making my turn. It spun me around, and I ran into the fire hydrant, which toward the front side of the vehicle. But the vehicle actually, from the other driver, connected with my back behind my tires, back quarter panel. And one of the pictures should show that. When they took the vehicle to the wrecker, it pulled off the front, but it was intact at the time. But like I say, stating that, like I say, my vehicle had lights on when it was at rest. And if you can look right to the left side of that vehicle had no lights on. Basically, I'm stating low visibility was the cause of the accident caused by not having lights on at the time.
All right. Madam Clerk, have we been, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. We're done?
Oh, no, I was just saying, and Georgia law is that you do have to have your lights on, even at dusk.
All right. Madam Clerk, have we located the photographs?
We have not located those photographs.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Okay, is it possible? Because I sent two sets of information there to the website.
Did you send it to an email address or did you send it?
I sent it to the email address that it said that to send it to.
Okay. Are you able to resend them?
Yes. Hold on. Let's see. No, I don't have my email. Hopefully I can get to it without got a little cold coming on here. Hopefully without losing you here. Trying to, let's see. Email. Let's see if I can Phew. Let's see. See, I did it on 5/18. Let's see, documents for court case. Okay. See if I can get to it. 5/18.
While he's doing that, Mr. Marie Rose, do you have any questions for Mr. Green? Well, I'm hesitant to do that because I don't know if Mr. Green can do all those things at one time.
Yeah, it's trying to see if I can resend this thing.
And Judge, if I could, I just want to ask the purpose of the documents that Mr. Green is trying to get across to us.
Mr. Green, what is the purpose of the documents you want to show to the court?
Well, some of the documents basically are, one of the documents is the insurance. The insurance wrote a letter of their findings on the particular case. They investigated this particular case and found that their lights were not on. The picture is showing basically that the light was not on at the time, and in the police report, she added that the lights was in, when she went to investigate, the lights were in off position.
So Judge, in reference to that, I don't know if those are all the documents that he's presenting. I've read the police report. The police report does indicate that the lights were switched off when the officer checked that. And it does indicate that Mr. Green stated to the officer on the scene that the lights were not on. I don't believe that the insurance company's letter or their investigation, because I don't think that anybody from the insurance company was out there at the time, is relevant as evidence to present in this proceeding. I will stipulate that in reference to what he told the police, the officers on the scene, and what the police officers put in the report, it's indicated that the lights were switched off, and he claims that he did not see the lights on. I'll stipulate to those facts.
All right. So okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Marie Rose. Go ahead.
And I didn't know what the other documents, if there were any other documents that he was trying to present, what they were.
Okay, well, basically, other than the picture showing that lights were off, even the insurance company from Mr. I can't think of his name, but the other person that's there, his insurance company sent something saying that they didn't have insurance to pay me because of a uninsured driver.
Okay, so hold on, hold on one second. Mr. Green, the city is stipulating that the lights were off, right? So that's not an issue, okay? Yeah, that is what Mr. Marie Rose has indicated, is that they're stipulating the lights were off. Now, with that, do you have anything else to add?
No, other than the lights were off and that there were low visibility, and that was the reason I turned. So if the lights had been on, this wreck would not have happened.
All right. Mr. Marie Rose, you have questions for Mr. Green?
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Green, and I don't know if you've seen any of the photographs from the incident that were produced by the individuals driving the aviator. But so I'm not going to ask you to respond to any questions regarding those, but I want to ask you about that particular scene because you stated that there was low visibility. Is that correct?
There was low visibility coming into the, once I stopped and looked, low visibility, I was not able to see a vehicle coming.
Okay. And when you say low visibility, are you stating that there were no lights?
Let's put it that way. It was dark. They didn't have the lights on, and that was the reason for the low visibility.
So let me ask my question again, Mr. Green. Is it your contention that there were no lights at that particular intersection illuminating that intersection?
At the intersection itself, all the lights that were down the street where they would have actually been is pointed toward the businesses and not on the intersection. The only lights you have is right at the intersection at the time.
Okay, and I believe that was my question. Were there any lights at the intersection?
Yeah, I mean, there's a traffic light and there is a light at the intersection, but if you look down the road, you can't see anything because all the lights that were pointed toward the businesses.
Okay. Is that intersection one where you lose visibility because it's coming up a hill?
No, I wouldn't think you lost visibility coming up a hill, but something coming directly at you, you still wouldn't see it because, like I say, there's limited visibility unless you have your lights on.
Okay. And so I'm looking at the citation. It shows that this citation was, at least when the officers noted it, that the time that the accident happened was about 5:55 in the evening. Is that an accurate statement of yours?
That is correct.
All right.
Around the 5, and at that time in November, it was dark at that time.
Now, when you say dark, are you saying pitch black?
It was dark. It was dark. When I had just went to get gas at the racetrack right up the street, and then I was coming south. When I came south, I turned my lights on because it was dark. It was getting very, very dark. Visibility of, like I say, was more than 500 feet away that you could actually see anything if they didn't have lights on. And everybody else there had lights on.
Okay, so wait, let me make sure that I understand your statement. You're saying that it was the visibility at that particular moment when the accident happened was that you only see 500 feet away if
I'm
they
saying
did
it was
not
dark.
have lights on.
I'm saying it was dark, basically. And I'm not saying it was pitch black, but it was dark at the time. I could not see the vehicle coming.
Well, I'm just asking in reference to what you just testified to. You stated that visibility was about 500 feet.
I would say visibility would be probably less, 500, right around 500 feet, I would say roughly.
Okay. And let me just make sure in reference to the maneuver you were making, you do agree with the officer that you were turning into oncoming traffic?
I was making a left turn there, yes, sir.
All right.
It wasn't oncoming traffic because at the time I didn't see any oncoming traffic. They were actually the only vehicle apparently on the road because there were no other lights on the road. There was no lights there coming. I only noticed them coming as I looked over my shoulder, and that's when I saw them.
Okay. All right. No
and
further
they
questions.
hit the back of my vehicle, and they hit the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
The questions, Judge.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Green, I did receive the documentation that you emailed to the court, so I have reviewed that. Do you have any other witnesses or evidence you'd like to present in your case?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Mr. Green, I understand your position. However, the code section specifically says the driver of a vehicle intending to turn left within an intersection or into an alley, private road, or driveway mandatory provision, shall yield to the right of way to any vehicle approaching in the opposite direction. So while I understand, while I understand that you may have had,
I'm
no,
sorry.
Mr. Green, yep, Mr. Green, you can't say anything right now.
Oh,
I've
okay.
given- Yep, the way that this works is I give everybody else an opportunity to speak. And then when I speak at the end, there's no more speaking. Okay?
All right, I understand.
All right. And so while I understand that there may have been difficulty navigating that intersection in, because of the light situation, whenever you make a left-hand turn into crossing over oncoming traffic, you bear the burden of anything that happens. Now, could the officer have given Mr. Thompson and Ms. Deans a citation for the light situation? That's possible. They're not here on trial. They're not here with any citations, but that doesn't negate the fact that you also failed to yield while turning left. And so, I'm going to find you guilty. Madam Clerk, what is the fine for that?
It's 135.
Okay, Mr. Green, your fine will be your sentence will be $135. Something you can take care of today, sir? Or
Within
the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, within the next 2 weeks, yes.
Okay, remember, if you get to day 15, it'll be a $200 penalty. And so you'll want to take care of that before 14 days. I assume that the clerk has your contact information, your email address, is that correct?
I put it in, yes.
All right.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much. Mr. Green, you have a great day. You're excused.
Oh, okay, you too.
Mr. Thompson and Miss Elizabeth, you're also excused. You can log off, okay? And Officer Richard, Mr. Marie Rose, we have anything else for Officer Richard?
No, I believe that was the only matter, Officer Richard.
All right, Officer Richard, you're also excused. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take the case that involves Officer Ellis.
That would be Jasmine Hawkins, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins, let me tell you something. You got luck. Well, wait a minute. No, never mind. You're not the person. I apologize. I thought you came in late. I was wrong. All right, Ms. Hawkins. I have witnesses Ted Davenport and Levon Edwards. I see Mr. Davenport.
So Judge, that actually, according to my records, is not Officer Ellis's case. Officer Ellis, so Ms. Hawkins is on here twice. She has a citation issued in November of 2021 and one in May of 2022. Officer Ellis is in the second citation of May of 2022.
I do see that. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Davenport. Give me one more moment. All right, Ms. Hawkins. We're going to take Officer Ellis's case because I understand that he's worked last night. And so we want to allow him to get some rest before he has to go back back on duty. Mr. Marie Rose,
yes,
you can proceed.
All right. Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yep, I do.
All right,
1 second, Ms. Hawkins, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question before we begin?
Oh, no, I forgot the question now, honestly.
Okay, you can put your lower your hand signal, please, and go ahead, Mr. Marie Rose.
Your Honor, Ms. Hawkins is before the court because on November, wait, hold on, let me make sure I got the right ticket for her.
We'll over May 6th.
Yeah, second. I'm sorry, Judge, my station is sideways and I'm trying to get it right side up. Okay, so Ms. Hawkins is before the court because on May 6th of 2022, she received a citation for failing to move over for an emergency vehicle. Officer Ellis is the officer who issued that citation. Officer Ellis, on the date in question, you have an opportunity to come in contact with Ms. Hawkins.
Yes, I did.
And was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
Yes, I did. Yes, it was.
And are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
Yes, I am.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact?
All right. So Lake City Police Department had somebody pulled over in the 5,000 block of Jonesboro Road. They were facing northbound traffic. My vehicle was parked behind their vehicles as they had a vehicle pulled over for their traffic stop. And I was parked behind their vehicles, specifically enforcing the Georgia Move Over law for emergency vehicles in reference to officer safety. My vision was a clear sight for both sides to be able to see northbound traffic, which is facing where my vehicle was facing, and southbound traffic was vehicles that would be coming towards me. The goal of that is to keep vehicles from coming into the lane that's directly adjacent to where the officer's at, so nobody gets hit. When I pulled over Ms. Hawkins because she drove by in the lane adjacent northbound on Jonesboro Road, passing two Lake City officers at a speed that was not reasonable for officer safety. I turned on my lights and I got behind her, and we finally pulled over in the Chick-fil-A, which is in the 4900 block of Jonesboro Road, and informed her for my reason of pulling her over. She admitted to the reason, but she did not believe she did anything wrong.
Okay, so essentially, the violations that you observed was that she did not slow down and or pull over to give room to the emergency vehicle and the people stopped on the side of the road not to be in harm's way while she was traveling down the roadway. Is that correct?
That is correct. If it is impossible to move over, you have to slow down at a reasonable speed if you're going to drive for the lane adjacent. She failed to do so.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Did you say Lake City officers? What officers did you say that she was driving past?
Lake City, our jurisdiction, right up under the bridge. As soon as you pass that, really right before that bridge, Lake City officers' jurisdiction is right there. So it kind of clashes a little bit. If we pull somebody over right before that jurisdiction, we can go up and continue our stop there. Likewise, vice versa for Lake City, and they come over into our city.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, let me just make sure that I understand Officer Ellis's testimony. If they observe a infraction in their city because of where the city line is located, sometimes the stop for that infraction in their city doesn't occur until they actually arrive inside of Forest Park. Is that correct?
No, the infraction will, if they're going to light them up, that means the infraction happened in their jurisdiction.
Right.
But the person still has time to stop, and they still can enforce what happened in their city in Forest Park. And it's because the vehicle made its final stop in Forest Park.
Okay. And in instances like that, you guys will assist by getting behind them so that no other vehicles are threatening to possibly injure anybody as they're traveling past. Is that
correct? That's for officers and people involved in the event that the subject might have to step out the vehicle.
okay? All right. Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Hawkins, do you have any questions for the officer?
Yeah, actually I do, because I don't know if the vocabulary he said was slow down. I didn't even speed up, and so I'm just trying to see what he's talking about slowing down. And then I wasn't even near you all. So
you have to frame that, Ms. Hawkins, in the form of a question. You have to frame your thoughts in a form of a question for Officer Ellis. You will have the opportunity to testify on your behalf later. But right now is the time for you to ask questions.
No, I don't.
To serve better, I have the ability to screen share, and I have the video ready of this traffic stop, along with the infraction.
Mr. Marie Rose, is that something that you want him to do? It's your call.
Your Honor, it's not necessary.
Okay.
On this point, I believe that the testimony by the officer was sufficient to establish the probable cause for the stop and the citation.
All right, Ms. Hawkins. Mr. Marie Rose, do you have anything else?
Nothing further from City Judge.
All right, Ms. Hawkins, you have now the opportunity to present evidence on your behalf. You can testify, you can present documents or evidence, you can call witnesses, or you can simply assert that the city has not established its burden of proof.
What was the last one?
You can simply assert that the city has not established its burden of proof in the case.
Well, I could testify.
Okay, Mr. Marie Rose will have the opportunity to question you when you're finished. You can begin.
Okay, well, I was coming from, well, I was passing through Lake City, and I was trying to go to Chick-fil-A, and they were about a certain amount of feet, maybe off the top of my head, I don't know. They were way behind me. That's all I can say. I was at Chick-fil-A, and they were probably, if I could like recall the building, it's probably way further down. They were in the same lane, but I was just getting over the turn at Chick-fil-A. And I was not speeding or putting any type of endangerment to whatever they had going on. I wasn't even near them, like nowhere near them. I just got over in that lane further ahead to turn into Chick-fil-A. So what was I supposed to do to get to Chick-fil-A?
All right. Mr. Marie Rose, questions for the witness?
Yes, so Ms. Hawkins, let me ask you this question. You did get a copy of the citation, is that correct?
Yeah, I guess. I don't have it on me no more. I don't know where it is.
Did you have the opportunity to look up what the law requires in that situation?
I actually did that day. I did, but I forgot.
Okay. Now, and I ask you these questions because based on the testimony that you just gave, you said that you didn't put anybody in danger and that you were not speeding. Was that a correct and accurate restatement of what you said?
If I was speeding, I'm sure I would have got more than one ticket because I know how it goes down here. I would have got way more than one ticket if I was speeding.
Okay. So just based on your on those statements, so the law requires that if you are not able to pull over to a safe distance away from the vehicles that are on the side of the road, that you slow down to a reasonable speed, and that reasonable speed has to be in relation to the possibility of injuring somebody if you were to come in contact with them. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, but I wasn't speeding. And then when I was turning, I was nowhere near them. Like it's more than 12 feet, more than 30 feet away from, like, I was far up away from them. I was way all the way up away from them. I'm already turned. When I turned in, I was already at a stop. I was slow, and he just decided to pull me over.
But so Ms. Hawkins, let me, and I keep hearing you saying about your turning in, but you did pass by them pulled over on the side of the road. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, when I saw them, I didn't even turn in the lane then. I kept going till I got to Chick-fil-A.
So in reference to you driving past them.
Yeah.
When you drove past them, did you slow down?
Yeah, I was already slow because I had to turn.
So listen to my question. When you drove past them, were you able to get over into another lane?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So you moved over away from their location?
I wasn't even, when I passed them, I kept going down a little bit more. I was at a slow pace, whatever. I don't call miles per hour.
I need you to listen to my question again, okay? Because I think you're confusing what I'm saying, or maybe you're just not understanding. You were driving down the roadway. You noticed them having somebody pulled over on the side of the road. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you noticed that, you continued on in their direction. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you have the ability to pull over into another lane when you passed by them?
I was already in another lane.
All right. So if you were in another lane, you were nowhere close to where they had people pulled over. Is that correct?
Right.
Did you continue with your same speed, or did you slow down and brake to a reasonable speed?
I already slowed down and I braked to a reasonable speed.
Okay. All right. Nothing further for this witness, Judge. And
all right.
Recalled the officer in reference to her testimony.
Okay, go ahead and do so.
Officer
I'm
Ellis.
sorry, wait, hold on one second before you do that. Ms. Hawkins, anything else? Do you have any other witnesses, any other testimony that you'd like to present, Ms. Hawkins?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Officer Ellis, based on the testimony that was given by Ms. Hawkins, and I just want to make sure for the court that that we clarify what exactly did you observe that day on the road?
I observed a silver Dodge Avenger driving in the left lane that is close to the center turning lane, adjacent to the center turning lane that is going northbound on Jonesboro Road, which means the northbound lane on left next to the center turning lane would be right next to where we were parked at. All right. When the car passed by, it did not pass by at a speed that would be survivable if a person was touched by that car.
Okay. And so your testimony is that she passed by right next to, in the lane right next to where you got over. Is that correct?
There he is.
That is correct. And
that speed that she was traveling she had not slowed down to a reasonably safe speed in contemplation of the people pulled over on the side of the road.
Absolutely.
All right. Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
All right. Okay. Ms. Hawkins, do you have any other witnesses? Well, no, you're done already. You said no. All right. Anything else, Mr. Marie Rose?
No, Judge. The city rests his case.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, based on the testimony, and I understand your defense that you believe that you were not speeding.
He's lying. It's I don't care though, because everybody. I've heard
Ms.
a lot.
Hawkins. Yep. Yeah, I think I think that the mute button is probably appropriate in this situation. So let's just keep it on mute. I'm going to find you guilty of the offense. Madam Clerk, what is the fine?
305.
Okay. The fine, Ms. Hawkins, on that charge is $305. Is that something that you're able to take care of within 2 weeks, ma'am, or will you need additional time to pay?
I need additional time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and place you on pay-only probation. You'll have 30 days to pay that fine without any additional penalty or any additional surcharges. If it takes you longer than 30 days, you'll have to pay probation fees, which I think are $39 a month, but please don't quote me on it. Have you already dropped your email address in the chat?
No, and I could do it. I could pay periodically on it.
Yeah, well, you can do that through probation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you please place your email address in the chat so that the clerk's office will have it? And I know you have one more case that you got to hang on. Mr. Marie Rose, anything else for Officer Ellis?
Nothing further for Officer Ellis, Judge.
All right, Officer Ellis, you're excused. Let's take up Officer Ramos. We'll double back to Ms. Hawkins.
And just quickly, I did receive a note from Ms. Tatum where she indicated that she wanted to enter a NOLO plea.
All right, is that Officer Ramos's case?
This was Officer Lewis's case. I don't believe that she's eligible for the NOLO. I just want to make sure that she understood that before we move forward.
Okay.
She is not. I'm sorry.
Ms. Tatum,
like all the way at the bottom.
Yes.
Ms. Tatum, the clerk has indicated that you are not eligible for your NOLO, to use NOLO, okay?
Can I ask why? I never used NOLO in Forest Park.
It doesn't matter if it's in Forest Park. If you use NOLO in the state in the last 5 years on these sorts of charges, you cannot.
Okay, well, I plead guilty then.
Okay, you want to enter a plea of guilty?
I mean, what if I say not guilty? I mean, I got to pay I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, hold on, time out. You can enter a plea of guilty or you can have a trial. I
don't want to argue.
You don't want no arguments. So
no.
So do I understand that you wish to enter a plea of guilty?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hold on one moment. We can take care of that. Let's do that quickly. Now I have you. Are you not eligible to use your NOLO on? You're not eligible on either case. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, so you know that the driving while license suspended or revoked will suspend your driver's license for 6 months, right? You understand that, Ms. Tatum? Please
They
come
already
off.
suspended.
All right. Well, it'll be additional 6 months, and please come off of show your video. I need to see your face, ma'am. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony about, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matters of truth and the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Tatum, you have been charged with operating a vehicle without lights and driving while license suspended or revoked. And I understand you wish to enter pleas of guilty to those charges. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I have to give a verbal response.
Yes.
Okay, you understand that you have the right to plead not guilty and have a trial?
Yes.
You understand that by entering your plea of guilty, you're waiving that right?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
You understand that by entering your plea of guilty, you're waiving that right?
Yes.
You understand that that this court can sentence you for a penalty of, can impose a sentence of no more than 1 year incarceration and $1,000 fine, except in certain circumstances in each case.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you are giving this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to operating without lights and driving while license suspended or revoked. Madam Clerk, what is the standard fine and operating without lights and driving while license suspended or revoked?
Operating without lights is 135, driving while suspended revoked 760.
Okay, so the total is $895. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Tatum, on the operating without lights charge, the fine is $135. Driving while license suspended or revoked, the fine is $760 for a total of $895. Are you able to take care of that within the next 2 weeks, ma'am?
No.
Okay, I'll go ahead and place you on pay-only probation. That'll give you up to a year to pay through probation. The first 30 days are free. After that, you'll be subject to monthly supervision fees, okay?
All right.
Please place your email address in the chat.
It's already there.
I have it.
Okay, please check your spam and your inbox. All right, and you are free to go. Thank you so much, Ms. Tatum. And is that Officer Lewis's case? Is that Officer Lewis's only other case, Mr. Marie Rose?
It is, Judge. That would conclude his business.
All right, Officer Sergeant Lewis, thank you so much for your time, sir. You're free to go.
Judge.
All right, we're trying to move as fast as possible. I see a Officer Ramos. Let's do his case, please.
Yes, Your Honor. That would be Andrea Thomas.
Ms. Thomas?
Present, Judge.
And good afternoon, Ms. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right.
The witness on that, Your Honor, is Albert Collier.
Mr. Collier, please come off of mute and let me see your video, please, sir. All right. Ms. Thomas, you recited with failure to yield the right of way to, failure to yield to the right of way of an oncoming vehicle. And I understand you wish to enter a plea of not guilty and proceed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Marie Rose, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. Everybody's going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Your Honor, Ms. Thomas is before the court because on November 24th of 2021, she received a citation for failing to yield while entering a cross roadway. Officer Ramos issued that citation. Officer Ramos, on the date in question, did you have an opportunity to come in contact with Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
And was that contact within the city limits of Forest Park?
Yes.
And are you a post-certified peace officer with arrest powers?
Yes.
Can you briefly state the nature of that contact, sir?
When I contacted them, they was in the gas station in Texaco on the 4100 block of Jonesboro Road. Ms. Thomas stated that she was trying to get across 2 lanes of traffic. Well, actually 3 lanes, including the right turning lane. And she stated that the cars were allowing her to cross the 2 lanes of traffic, but she said that Albert didn't stop for her as he was driving in the right turning lane. His light was green.
Okay, all right. And so when you went out there and you were dispatched to the location, correct?
Yes.
And you did your investigation and looked at the damage of the vehicles and collected the statements of the 2 witnesses. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And based on what you observed and the information that you were given, you determined that Ms. Thomas was at fault for failing to yield to the oncoming traffic?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Thomas, do you have any questions for Officer Ramos?
I do, Your Honor.
You may ask those at this time, ma'am.
Officer, were you able to determine where the point of impact was?
I went off the point of impact from both of you guys' statement.
Excuse me?
I said I went off of the point of impact upon both of you guys' statement, your statement and his statement.
So you don't know exactly where on the road the point of impact was?
I wasn't there when it happened, so I went off of what you guys told me.
And Judge, can I jump in here just so I understand the question? Ms. Thomas, is she asking whether the point of impact to the vehicles were, or whether what location the accident occurred in?
It would basically be the same place, but the point of impact where the vehicles, where we came into impact would be specific.
So, okay, I think I understand the solicitor's question. Are you asking Officer Ramos where the accident itself happened, or where on the vehicles, the two vehicles collided? Which
Where
one?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, where the accident itself happened.
On the roadway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Officer Ramos, did you understand that question?
Yes. From what both of you guys told me, Albert stated that he was going in the turning lane, and when he was going in the turning lane, the impact happened in the right turn lane as she was crossing over lanes.
But you don't know where.
And as far as what you told me that you was trying to get over, and once you reached the right turning lane, you stated to me that he was supposed to stop because he was supposed to see you coming over. And that's when you collided with him. You touched what you told me. And I told you that he has the right of way for the right turning lane. So, but you were saying that no, he should have stopped because everybody else stopped for me. So he should have stopped for me. He should have saw everybody else stop for me. So I don't understand why he couldn't stop and see me and see me cross the right turning lane.
You say I said
so,
that?
Yes.
You sure I said that?
I'm positive that you said that.
Okay.
Yes, because you was mad about the fact that everybody else stopped for you, but he didn't. And I told you that he had the right of way in the right turning lane, so he doesn't have to stop for you. And we was kind of going back and forth about that.
You say I argued with you? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say you really argue. I didn't say you argue. I said we were just kind of going back and forth, but you didn't really quite understand why he couldn't stop for you as you was crossing over. And I was trying to explain it to you.
Okay. So you don't know where the exact point of impact is on the road?
It was in the right turning lane from both of you guys' statement. Again, like I said, I wasn't there to actually see it, but from your statement and his statement, it apparently occurred in the right turning lane.
Okay. Your Honor, I submitted evidence to the court. It should be a Google, it should be a Google picture of the incident location. Did the court receive that?
Are you gonna use that with this particular witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on one moment.
Ma'am, when did you send it?
I sent 2 sets of exhibits, but this one I sent, what time is it? I guess maybe an hour and a half ago.
Hold one moment, Ms. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, I sent it at 10:48, if that helps.
Okay, I think that the clerk's office is taking a look at that.
Yes, we have it. I'm just about to go ahead and put it on a spreadsheet really fast. So I'll just share my screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. As soon as you share your screen, then we'll be ready to rock.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge, I'm sharing my screen now.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And my other exhibits are down below it if Your Honor sees that, but I'm not ready for those yet.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, you may proceed with the question, with the examination of this witness using the exhibit.
Thank you.
Unless there's any objection to the use of the exhibit by the city.
No objections, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yeah,
What are we looking at?
that's the intersection of Conley and Jonesboro Road.
Do you see the gas station that you referred to earlier?
Yes, ma'am, right across the street.
Okay. Now, from the proximity of the gas station, if you come down, do you see the turn lane?
Yes, the left turning lane.
Hold one moment. Can we blow up the picture a little bit, Madam Clerk? I don't know if that's possible. Maybe I'm asking for too much.
No, you're not. 1 second. One second, I'm trying to turn the picture.
No problem.
Your Honor,
Yes?
we're having some difficulty pulling up the whole image.
Okay, well, why don't we go back to the reduced image and just, I'll have to just sit in and maybe Ms. Thomas can direct me a little better to where it is that she's talking about, if that's okay.
Your Honor, if I can make a suggestion, if the clerk could click on the email and open up the email itself, that might make it big enough for the court to actually see what I'm trying to direct the officer's attention to.
I clicked on it.
Okay.
All right, let's see what it looks like now, Madam Clerk. Okay, all right.
Your Honor, does that help?
That does help. I think that's better than when I was looking at it before. Okay, I'm sorry to take up the time. I apologize.
No, ma'am, that's fine. Officer, do you still see what we were talking about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see the lanes of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
You see 2 lanes going, I think it's northbound, and then 2 lanes going southbound, correct?
Well, the lanes that the left turning lane that you see at the intersection of Conley and Jonesboro, the direction of travel that Albert was going, well, it will be going south. Will be going south of Jonesboro.
Oh, that's not what I was asking. I was asking you, did you see the lanes going, the 2 lanes going south and the 2 lanes going north, correct?
Yep. Yes.
So that's 4 lanes total with a 5th lane of the turn lane, correct?
Yes.
Is that turn lane supposed to be a travel lane?
The left turning lane?
The any turning lane, that center, that 5th lane, is that a travel lane? The one in the very center?
If his light is green, he can travel through that lane, and if he's turning left.
Okay, let me redirect your attention to something. Do you see right in front of the Citgo, the gas station? Do you see 2 white arrows pointing to the right?
You talking about the 2-point arrows pointing to the left?
Well, from the left, okay. You see those,
Okay,
yes?
yes.
Okay, that's where the light is positioned, correct?
Yes.
That is the turning section of that 5th lane, correct?
Yes.
Before you get to those arrows, there's a solid line. Is that correct? A solid yellow line?
Yes.
You don't, when you get to those arrows, is the broken line indicating that a car can move over and turn, correct?
Say that one more time.
When you get to the broken lines, the broken white lines, that's when a car is allowed to move over and execute a turn, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Isn't it true that when you were directed to where the impact occurred, it was not in that turn lane area? It was in fact a little bit further down, closer to where you see that 54.
Well, actually, you told me that you was coming out of Sun Coin Launch. That's how I depicted where you was at, because you indicated that you came out that first. I want to say it's, if you look at where that water tank is, it's that white building sitting there below it. You was coming out that intersection right there at the first intersection. You was coming out, you said you was coming out of there and you was crossing over.
Hold on, officer, hold on. Is that in fact an intersection? Just for clarification.
Is it, you said, is that a what?
Intersection. You keep calling it intersection. I want to make sure it's clear. Is that an
Well,
intersection?
it's not technically an intersection. It's like a parking. You're leaving, you're exiting at the parking lot. So
Great.
Between the roadway and the parking lot.
Okay, so when we see that word with the word Jonesboro on the exhibit, there's an exit right there.
There's actually 3 exits. There's one way above, close to the light. There's the one in the middle, and there's one closer to the 54 sign. You, I want to say, was coming out of the first one up top. You was nowhere down there by 54, if that's what you're indicating.
Okay. You're saying that's what I told you.
Yes, you told me I was coming out of that part of the parking lot.
Okay.
So
but
that's
you
how
also
I kind of
indicated a few minutes ago. You also indicated a few minutes ago that I was coming out from where the water tower is, which is where the middle exit is, correct?
No, I was trying to indicate the building as far as the water tower. I was trying to look,
Okay.
have people figure out what building I was talking about when I said by the water tower.
Okay. But in front of that water tower, there is in fact a exit. There's three, if you count from the 54 to the light, there is in fact three exits. You are, okay, and if you're saying that I said I came out of the third one closest to the light?
Either it was the middle one or the one above the top one, but I know it wasn't the third one way down there by 54. I know that for a fact. You didn't tell me you was coming out of it. It was either the middle one or the upper top. But either way, if it was either one of those two, you still was entering the right lane travel. So that's how I depicted you was entering that part of the right lane.
Okay, but we haven't got there
So-
yet, officer. You're making a statement. I'm
Okay.
asking you a question, okay? Bear with me. Let's assume, for sake of this conversation, I came out of the middle exit. Do you see those white broken lines allowing it turn at that white exit? At that center, that middle exit?
I can't really see with the word Jonesboro on top of it.
Okay,
I
then.
can't really tell if that's broken up or not.
And you didn't seek clarification at the time as to exactly where the point of impact occurred, did you? You didn't go look at it.
Oh, well, first of all, there was heavy traffic on Jonesboro Road, so there was really no way I could really go in the middle of the road. Like, there was a traffic jam going on when that whole situation was happening. So there was
What
not really be
situation
able
was-
to go on the road
What
when the
si-
accident occurred.
Okay, but we were already pulled over into the gas station parking lot at the time, so we weren't obstructing the road at all, were we?
No, what I'm saying that there was a lot of traffic on the road when I approached you guys in Texaco. So even
Okay.
if I was to go over there, there was a whole bunch of cars that was in the lane for me to even try to investigate to see exactly where it was at.
So what you're saying is that despite me asking you to please go look, you didn't go investigate the actual impact location, even though you were able to do so.
I don't recall you asking me to please go look.
Okay.
Judge, can I
I'm-
jump in here real quick? I'm gonna object to the line of questioning because he's already answered that he based the point of impact or the incident location on the statements that both of the drivers gave to him at that, when he arrived at that location.
And Your Honor, to respond, I had the officer made allegations that I made certain statements to him, and to clarify, is why I asked that the court review the exhibit, which would be, if the court does not mind, my exhibit 1, to clarify some of what the officer is saying, particularly the allegations and statements that he claims he made, that I made to him. The first one of which would have been, please look at where this happened.
I understand that. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank
But I do think we should,
Move on.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So officer, you admit then that you did not determine where the exact point of impact occurred, correct?
Objection, Judge, that was already asked and answered.
I just want to make sure it's clear on the record that he did not look at it.
I think that part is clear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Officer, were you able to observe any damage to the vehicles?
Yes.
And did you observe both vehicles?
Yes.
Have you ever taken accident reconstruction or accident analysis or anything like that?
No.
So you wouldn't know from observation of a vehicle exactly how much impact would affect actual damage on the vehicle, would you?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't understand the question.
Your Honor, I'll be happy to explain.
Please do.
Your Honor, when you have an accident, the way the accident itself occurs can actually tell what the point of what the force of impact was. Actually, it can determine which party was going faster, which party was going slower, if a party was actually stationary, if a party was not from a location, and so forth and so on. If you have certain training, an officer can look at it and say, okay, I can tell this car hit here, this car hit here, this car was actually moving when it was struck, or it was moving when it struck the other vehicle. So if the officer did not have that training, that's all I'm trying to determine at this point.
I think he stated he didn't have the trainings.
Okay, great.
So unless I missed that.
By visual, his car had damage at the 5 o'clock at the back panel, and your car had damage at the 12 o'clock. So I mean, you don't have to really have training to figure out where what car hit part of the car.
But you wouldn't know from observing the damage based on, I believe you indicated, your lack of training as to whether or not which car was actually moving, which car may have been, whether or not both cars were moving, whether or not a car was stationary, not moving, what have you. You wouldn't know that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't even know what the relevance of that is. It's established that the impact occurred, and both stated that they were driven were the cars that were involved in the accident. So I don't understand the relevance.
I'm gonna give you very short leeway, like the next question.
Yes, ma'am.
To establish relevance, because I'm tending to agree with the city.
Yes, ma'am. So officer, you don't know if my car was moving or not when the impact occurred, do you?
Like I said, I was going off of what your statement was saying, that you was coming out and you was trying to go into the right lane, and that's all I observed. I was not there during the accident, so I couldn't tell you if it was moving. I just went off of what you told me and what he told me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Marie Rose, for Officer Ramos?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any redirect.
All right. All right, any other witnesses? Thank you, Officer Ramos. Miss Thomas, will you need to call Officer Ramos in your case in chief, or am I free to let him go?
I may, Your Honor, and I know he's been on all morning, but I may, and I'm hoping this won't take much longer.
Okay. Mr. Marie Rose, to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Collier, and you've previously been sworn in. Mr. Collier, you were the other individual that was driving the vehicle involved in this accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the date in question, you were driving a, looks like a black and in color Chevy 300 2010 model. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chrysler 300.
Can you state to the court how the accident happened from your position?
Yes, with that, I was coming on that turning lane, and the lady, she was coming out the where that white building was at, and exactly like the model she showed, I was where the arrows was at, and she was coming out in front of them cars and turned and hit the back of my car.
Okay, so you were actually in the in the turning lane at the time that the impact occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the location of the vehicle, I'm sorry, the location of the impact to your vehicle was where?
On the right, like passenger, no, on the back side, like behind the passenger door, like closer to the back, okay. The rear.
And were you able to see from what direction the vehicle driven by Ms. Thomas was coming?
I didn't see her until she, like, last minute, until she hit me. I didn't see her when I was coming forward.
All right. And was there traffic to the right of you? Was there traffic vehicles?
It was heavy traffic all over, sir. It was heavy traffic.
All right. But in reference to how she could have come in contact with you, she was not traveling in a lane that was traveling in the same direction as you. Is that correct? In other words, she wasn't beside you when the impact occurred.
No, sir.
All right. No further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right, Ms. Thomas, any questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Mr. Collier, is that your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were traveling in the traffic, I believe was going southbound, correct?
I guess so. The left turning lane. That's where I was in the left turning lane.
Okay. When did you get in the left turning lane?
I've been in the left turning lane. I had got in the left turn lane, like before the plaza.
So you were
Before you-
traveling in the left turning lane? Is that correct?
Like when you come on that 54, I had been got over there.
Okay, so you talking about the exhibit that I had up for the officer a few minutes ago?
Yes, ma'am.
You were in that left turning lane before that 54?
Around the 54, I had been in the left lane. I was coming up on the lane. You hit me where I was at the arrows. You was coming out the first entrance.
Okay, but you had been in that lane the whole time. You passed by everybody else that was sitting, waiting on that light to turn, correct?
What you mean? I didn't even get to pass the light.
No, we're not talking about at the light. When you got in the left turn lane, you passed by everybody else that was sitting there waiting at that light, waiting on it to turn green, correct?
No, I didn't pass nobody.
You didn't pass.
Yeah, I passed the traffic on the right side.
Exactly. That's what I'm asking. You passed all those cars.
Yeah,
Okay. Which way were you turning?
left.
Okay. And when you got over, did you look to see if you were in fact where the white arrows were that I was asking the officer about?
That's the lane I was in, ma'am.
Yeah, but were you there where the white broken lines are and the turn arrows, or did you get in before that?
I've been in the lane.
Okay. So you didn't see the cars yielding to let me come across, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you were in that you were in that turn lane for what, maybe eighth of a mile?
It was regular traffic, so I didn't know they was laying you over. It was just regular traffic stopped at the light.
Okay. And Your Honor, can I pull up my exhibits, the ones that I sent yesterday? I believe the clerk, when she had them pulled up, they were yesterday evening around, I guess, maybe 5 o'clock-ish.
Madam Clerk, can you pull up the exhibits, please?
One moment.
Thank you.
That's the one I need, that one right there. Thank you.
Proceed, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Collier, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, man, that's my vehicle.
Okay. And is that how your vehicle looked after the accident?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see what looks like black tape or something on your vehicle?
I don't have black tape on my vehicle.
At the wheel well, right in the middle of the impact, do you see something right above the little silver section? Is it black or silver tape?
No, ma'am.
You don't see that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you do see a swipe area, correct?
What you mean swipe? I see damage.
Okay, you see the marks.
Yes,
Was the
ma'am.
light broken at all?
Yes, ma'am.
The tail light is broken?
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't appear to be broken. Does it appear to be broken to you on that photograph?
Judge, he's answered
Yes,
that
ma'am.
question twice already.
Yeah, I believe he has. I'm going to sustain the objection, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, and I just want a clarification as to whether or not the light we're looking at was broken.
I believe he's indicated that it is
Okay.
broken.
Okay. And is it your contention that light was damaged as a result of the accident, or was that broken prior to the accident?
It was broken due to you hitting me. I just got the car, I didn't even have the car a week. It wasn't no
You're
damage.
saying it's a brand new car?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a brand new car? Or it's brand
Ma'am.
new to you?
It was brand new to me. It didn't have no body damage when I bought the car. My light wasn't broke before then. You broke
Okay.
my light.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I think I have another photograph of the car. Are we looking at the same car, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you indicate where on this car a light was broken?
On the
Judge,
rear of my right.
once again, he's already answered that question.
He answered the question regarding the previous photograph, Your Honor. I was asking for
Same
clarification.
question, different photograph, same question.
The objection is going to be sustained. Miss Thomas, I get that you disagree. That certainly is your right. He says it's broken.
Ma'am, how do I turn my camera around? Cause I'm outside with my car.
Your camera's on. Oh, you can't see anybody. Your camera's on for me.
Well, here's my light right here.
Planning on showing you the vehicle.
Can you see my vehicle?
Oh,
Yes.
well, hold on. It's not your turn yet. So
okay.
One moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there, ma'am. You did that. Quit playing.
Excuse me?
Miss Thomas. Miss Thomas, ask your next question.
Your Honor, I think my next question may have to do with something he just said, but I'm going to move on for now. And Mr. Collier, did you observe any damage to my vehicle?
Yes.
Was that damage significantly more than the damage to yours?
I can't remember.
Judge calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Hold on, Miss Thomas.
Yes,
I want to make sure that we are talking. The ticket is failure to yield to the right of way.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to sustain that objection because I don't see how that's relevant. Whose car had the most damage isn't relevant to whether or not you violated the law regarding yielding to oncoming traffic.
Your Honor, actually, where I'm going with this, it does, but for the sake of expediency, if I can just show a photograph of my vehicle, then I'll move on. Madam Clerk, can you move down?
Hold on. Do you have a question a question for this witness as it relates to your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you move down? I think it's going to be like the third or fourth picture. I just want to show the front. I took several. There's another one that shows the whole front. It might show the whole thing better. Keep going up. Yeah, that's the one I want. Mr. Collier, do you recall observing that damage on my vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move on. And Your Honor, if I could go back to one more exhibit and I'll be done with Ms. Collier, if you don't mind.
That's not a problem.
Thank you. The photo, the Google map.
Madam Clerk, can you put the
Exhibit
Google map back up?
One moment.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Collier, for clarification, I believe you indicated earlier that you got into the turn lane before the 54 that we're looking at now. Is that correct?
Yeah, around that area, ma'am. I had been in the turn lane prior to you hitting.
Okay, so you had been in there. Can you kind of can you indicate how far back on the picture? Was it before the 54?
I don't know exactly, but the point of impact was where that first arrow was where you hit me. That's what I do know.
Oh, okay, sir. I believe the judge indicated that you're going to have a chance to tell your side, but I'm trying to get clarification on something. You said it was around before you got to the 54. So exactly how far before you got to the 54 were you in the travel lane?
Judge, I'm going to object. That was not his testimony. I believe he said he was around the 54 when he.
That's what he said. He said, wait, he said before the 54.
Hold on. I understand your objection. I'm trying to figure out how that's relevant.
It is, Your Honor. I just wanted him to. Your Honor, if I'm allowed to do a closing, I can wrap it all up then. I didn't intend for this to go on lengthy. I just wanted him to kind of indicate where he thinks he got in or how far he traveled down before he got to that 54.
Why? I think I understand where you're going. Mm-hmm. My question to you is, I don't believe that Mr. Collier was cited. That's a question for a different day. But as it relates to your failure to yield to the right of way of the vehicle, we know he was in the turn. I mean, I think that it's clear that he was in the turning lane for some time before the accident. How is where he was, hold on. How is the actual location of where he got in the turning lane relevant to your citation?
Your Honor, I withdraw the question. The court has indicated you understand what my question was, and that's all I was trying to get to. So I'll move on.
All right.
And that's all I have for Mr. Collier.
All right, when you redirect Mr. Marie Rose.
Mr. Collier, I think that you testified previously that where your vehicle was impacted was somewhere close to where the turn arrows are located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe your previous testimony was also that there was traffic on the right side of you, and you did not see anybody trying to let the vehicle Ms. Thomas was driving into that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
All right. Any other witnesses, Mr. Marie Rose?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. City Rest, Ms. Thomas, you have the right to testify on your behalf, present evidence on your behalf, or call witnesses on your behalf. You also have the right not to do none of those things and to simply assert that the city has not met its burden. In that instance, if I understand based on your previous statement that you may want to do a closing. So in that instance, in the event that you present no evidence, you get the right to open and close, make opening remarks and concluding remarks for closing. How do you wish to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion first, and then I'll do the open and close, if I'm allowed to.
You are, and I will hear your motion.
Your Honor, I would move that a court dismiss the citation as being defective.
Okay, on what grounds?
Your Honor, the law requires that when you draft a citation, the citation has to be specific in its allegation against the person you're writing it to. In this particular citation, the officer does cite down the code section 4673. He also lists fail to yield right of way. However, he does not specifically state how I failed to yield right of way on the citation. In its form, it is defective. As such, I'm not on notice as to exactly what I did.
All right. So I'll be honest, I have not seen the citation. And so to the extent that that's the motion, I think somebody should have tendered it, but I put that on. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Because you've made your, I understand your motion. I'll hear from Mr. Marie Rose.
Judge, I mean, outside of stating the obvious that the citation was not tendered, my response should the court decide to entertain the motion is that it's not defective in its form. The citation indicates on several different places the basis for the failure to yield. This was an accident case. And it's marked clearly on that citation, this was an accident case. The citation, the language of the citation, the code section, of course, giving you notice, the language of the citation clearly states failure to yield when the accident happened, and she was placed on notice that those were the actions that led to the citation in the first place. There need not be any specifics like where it was located, where the damage was located on the vehicle. None of that's necessary because the infraction is basically that she did not yield to oncoming traffic, which is what the accident is. Sufficiently enough, there's a report that's attached to it that then lays out the specifics of what occurred that gives her notice of what she did improperly according to the officer's investigation. So I don't think that the motion is valid based on the two combined documents and the plain language of the code section that states that she failed to yield to oncoming traffic.
Okay, response, Ms. Thomas?
Unfortunately, that's not quite correct. A party is entitled to know with specificity what exactly they did to bring about the charge. Putting C report in the remarks section is not sufficient with certainty, that a party is entitled to notice, and the notice is more sufficient, has to be more sufficient than citing the fail to yield in C report. It has to be a tad bit more substantive than that to give a party proper notice before a party can be held responsible and knowledgeable as to what they're being charged with.
One moment. Okay, Ms. Thomas, so you know, I will tell you, there's a little unknown fact. I am like a legal research nerd. It's really bad. So I have your case up. I was actually, you know, I look at the citation, the code sections while they talking. It's bad. But I'm here, I'm looking at that particular case, and I need you to explain to me why, if I'm reading this case correctly, you did not make this motion prior to the indictment. Is that correct?
I did not, Your Honor, but this case was not indicted, nor was it accused. This case is before the city.
So you had an arraignment hearing? Is that correct?
I believe it was, Your Honor, but I also do not believe that I'm required to serve notice on the city prior to with that particular type of motion, Your Honor. The city is held responsible for the preparation of its documents, and they are also held responsible to prepare a document that is perfect. If they're going to proceed on that document, must be perfect in form. And in this particular case, the city did not, in fact, do that. They did not perfect their charging document, and that could have been done.
Hold on one moment. I understand, I do understand what it is that you are suggesting. First of all, that case was not a failure to yield. It was he was charged with following too closely violation, as I'm understanding, 40-6-49, not 40-6-73.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct? Yes.
That's correct, and I did speak in that respect.
All right, so, but when I'm reading this, I want to make sure that I'm clear on the record. The first time that you are objecting to the sufficiency or to the sufficiency of the notice or to the sufficiency of the citation is at trial. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did have an arraignment hearing. Is that correct?
I did. I believe it was.
Well, you at some previous point to this, you were given it. You came before the court and were given an opportunity to plead guilty, not guilty, or exercise your no law.
Yes, ma'am, I pled not guilty.
Okay, and you pled not guilty at that time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, you did not raise any issues regarding the deficiency of the notice?
At that time, I did not.
Okay. All right.
But I don't believe, Your Honor, and please stop me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that I was required at that time to do so. I don't believe that the state had any witnesses at that time that could possibly testify as to sufficiency of the charging document.
And also, I want to make sure that I'm clear. You have not tendered the citation that you are complaining about?
I did not, Your Honor. However, the court is also aware that the state does have the charging document within its possession and available for the court to review.
I understand that, but the court is not, the state is not challenging the sufficiency of the document. You are. Is that correct? Okay.
I can submit it as an exhibit right now, Your Honor, if the court would like.
Now, I think no, we're not gonna do that right now. I'm asking, had you done it when you at the time that you made your motion, you had not tendered it. Is that correct?
No, at least I don't think I did.
Okay, hold on one second. I want to make sure that I'm good. Because pretrial motions, 10 days after the date of arraignment. So you were, hold on, let me keep going back. 17-7-110. So hold on one second. So I'm going to deny your motion pursuant to OCGA 17-7-110. I believe that this particular motion is one of a special demurrer. And under that code section, you should have filed that motion within 10 days after the date of your arraignment, unless the court extended the time for doing such. Here, you did not do that. And so you have waived your right to be tried on a perfect citation. So I'm going to deny your motion, and you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to open and close.
Okay, okay. Well, you can proceed.
Your Honor, as the court heard evidence from both the officer and from Mr. Collier, Mr. Collier acknowledged that he had been in that, what was described as the turn lane travel. He was traveling in that turn lane well before he reached the broken lines, which would allow a person to move over and actually affect a turn. He's also acknowledged that the traffic was very heavy at that particular time of day, and he could not see. However, Your Honor, you are not allowed to travel in the turn lane for an extended period of time to the point where you cannot see. That is also against the law, and the court is correct. The officer did not elect to charge Mr. Collier with that particular offense. However, where it becomes in relation to myself is that there is one exception to the 4673. That exception is when the person who fails to yield is actually unable to see the person who is coming in the turn lane, which at that point was not a turn lane. As acknowledged by the officer and by Mr. Collier, the traffic was very heavy that day. Therefore, I could not see someone traveling in that turn lane, particularly where at that point in time, it was not in fact the turn lane. That would make me not responsible for the impact that occurred on at that particular date and time. Now, Mr. Collier is saying, well, the traffic was heavy, I couldn't see her. It doesn't matter if he could see me. What matters is whether or not I could see him. Now, if I had just pulled out in front of him and I could see him, I'm at fault all day long. If I attempted to pull out and saw him coming and didn't stop, that also would make me at fault. The problem is when I cannot see anything, which I could not, which is why I was asking the officer and him about the nature of the damage. If you look at the damage, it shows that he swiped the front of my car because he was traveling in that turn lane so fast. He was traveling in that lane, that fifth lane, so fast that he wasn't looking to see if anything else was going on. He wasn't looking because he wasn't supposed to be in that lane to begin with. But as it relates to me, because there was 2 lanes of heavy travel before you got to that center fifth lane, there is no way I could see him, nor could I expect for him to be there because he was not in the turn section of that particular lane. That turn section was on further up, closer to the light, as the court could see on my exhibit 1. So because he was I was unable to see him due to the heavy traffic. That renders me not at fault for this particular collision. And had he not been traveling in the turn lane, Your Honor, I contend that there would not have been a collision to begin with. Now, as far as any allegations that I thought that he should stop, that's not what I would have said. What I would have said was he wasn't supposed to be in that lane to begin with, because at that point in time, as he has acknowledged, he was trying to make a right turn. He was not at the point where a right turn could be executed. He was significantly further than that, further back than that. Had he waited instead of being impatient, I would assume, to make that turn and bypass all that traffic, again, there would not have been a collision. So I do have the right to open and close. I'm going to stop right here, but I do want to leave the court with this thought. If I am unable to see him, that absolves me of the responsibility of the collision. Now, and I'll return and I'll finish after the state has made their argument.
Mr. Marie Rose, you have the floor.
Yes, Judge. Let me just open by stating that the code section that Ms. Thomas was actually cited with was 40-6-73, entering or crossing a roadway. The language of the code section says specifically, the driver of a vehicle about to enter or cross a roadway from any place other than another roadway shall yield the right of way to all vehicles approaching on the roadway to be entered. It does not say anything about whether you can see that vehicle or not. It does not say anything about how far that vehicle was traveling in the turning lane when they got into the turning lane. She had the obligation to yield to oncoming traffic. She did not. The accident occurred. And let me also add this, because there was a lot of information given about when Mr. Collier entered into that turning lane. I don't know if Ms. Thomas's contention was that because he entered into that turning lane supposedly way before he was supposed to, that it wouldn't have been her fault because of, it wouldn't have been her fault that the impact occurred. But we heard testimony from both the officer and Mr. Collier. The officer's testimony was in relation to the statements that he got, where the impact occurred was where Mr. Collier was supposed to be in the turning lane. Now, the argument for Ms. Thomas is that he got in way earlier, but that's not where the impact occurred, according to all the testimony that was given. She did not state that the impact occurred at the broken lines way before he was supposed to get in there. Everybody agrees where the impact occurred was in the turning lane. Unless if Ms. Thomas is going to dispute that, then that would make it more likely that she was trying to get into the turning lane before she was supposed to. Because if the impact was way back closer to the 54, then she was in the wrong, even in addition to the failure to yield in trying to get into that turning lane at that point. The same thing that she may be accusing Mr. Collier about. But I'm going to submit to the court that the officer was right as to where the incident occurred based on the statements. Mr. Collier was right because he was in the vehicle when it got struck. In any event, no matter how much traffic was coming on the side of them, no matter whether or not Ms. Thomas could see Mr. Collier's vehicle approaching, no matter what speed Mr. Collier's vehicle was traveling at, she failed to yield. This is not one of those situations where you can question the other person's action, specifically when they didn't get cited for anything. The impact occurred because she tried to get into a lane that Mr. Collier was already traveling in, and she was not supposed to do that. She was supposed to yield to oncoming traffic. The city has nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
And I will refer the court to OCGA 4673, and I'm going to be reading from Harrison versus the state, which is a 1991 case. OCGA 4673.
Hold on, what's the citation?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's going to be 199 Georgia Appeal 199. Also 404 Southeast 2nd 348. And I have the Georgia Appeal reference if the court would like.
No, I'm there. Go ahead.
Okay. OCGA 4673 places no duty on the driver entering the roadway to yield even to properly approaching vehicles, which this was not, excuse me, if the approaching vehicles are not visible to the driver of the entering vehicle. Your Honor, I believe there's also, there's another one. The other case that I'm looking at where a driver was held responsible because the defendant did in fact see the vehicle, and in this particular case, I did not. So that would be Claxton versus Lee, which is a 1997 case. 229 Georgia Appeal, 357, also 494 Southeast 2nd, 80. And Your Honor, just for clarification in the state's closing argument, well, excuse me, in my closing argument, there's been reference to turning lane, turning lane, turning lane. And that's why I kept asking the officer about those white lanes for clarification. There's the 2 lanes going north, the 2 lanes going south, but there's a 5th lane in the center that is used as a turning lane at the appropriate spot. What I'm contending is that where Mr. Collier was located was not the spot for a turn. I'm just crossing across traffic to make a left turn. There is no way, due to the heavy traffic, which everyone has acknowledged, that I could see Mr. Collier in that turn lane, particularly since he was not at the point where it was actually formally a turn lane, which is where the white broken lines and the arrows are. No one ever said that the turn. In fact, Mr. Collier and the officer both stated it was a little bit further down from that white broken line part. Now, had I been at the white broken line part, I would not have turned there because I know that's the turn lane. No one was going to yield traffic for anyone in the turn lane, nor would I have consciously pulled out in front of Mr. Collier, knowing he's going to hit my vehicle, which sustains significantly more damage. I'm keeping all that in mind while me as a driver is executing that left turn. However, if I cannot see Mr. Collier, if the traffic that I could see is all yielding to allow me to exit and I did not pull out, they stopped and let me out because at the time the light was red. There's no way I can see Mr. Collier, who is traveling in that 5th lane for whatever reason, before it actually formally turned into the turn lane. And as such, that would make me not responsible for the collision that occurred. Now, I would go with it even if we were closer to where the broken lines are, because that puts me at fault, because then I'm on notice by the road markings, this is where the turn lane is. But that's not where it was. And had Mr. Collier not been using that lane as a travel lane, as opposed to what it was designated to be, which is specifically a turn lane at the appropriate points, again, there would not have been a collision.
Anything else?
Your Honor, that's all I have at this time.
Okay, so Ms. Thomas, Mr. Marie Rose has been very generous because he allowed you to spew evidence and you did not testify, right? So
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, but that actually operated in my opinion to your detriment, because I have to decide the case based only on the evidence, and so you opted, as is your right, not to present any on your own behalf, right? So based on the testimony of the officer and based on the testimony of Mr. Collier, I'm going to find you guilty of failure to yield. Madam Clerk, what is the standard fine?
$135.
Ms. Thomas, your sentence is $135. Are you able to pay that within 2 weeks, ma'am, or do you need additional time to pay?
I can pay it in 2 weeks, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you drop your email in the chat, please?
I think I did it earlier, but if I need
and I think that they probably have it because you emailed documents. You have it, Madam Clerk?
We have it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Do you have any, check your email, check your inbox and your spam, Ms. Thomas, because I know that it goes to both.
Yes, ma'am. I've gotten everything from the court, but thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right, Ms. Thomas, Officer Ramos, and Mr. Collier, you're all excused. Mr. Marie Rose, does Officer Ramos have anything else before the court?
No, Your Honor, he doesn't.
All right, all 3 of you are excused. And I think we have one last trial involving Ms. Hawkins. I'm sorry, Mr. Davenport, you've hung out with us all day.
Yes, ma'am. It's all right.
And Ms. Hawkins, same thing. You hung out with us all day. Madam Clerk, is there a way that the people who are waiting for the 1 o'clock calendar, can we drop a note in the chat that says that we're still working? I don't want them to think that we're like, twiddling our thumbs here.
I've already sent them a notice,
Okay.
thanking them for their patience, and we'll be
Yes.
with them shortly.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Green. I don't want them to think that I'm like, not working over here or something,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Officer Ramos, you're excused. We have the case of City of Forest Park versus Ms. Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins, do you still intend to plead not guilty and proceed with the trial?
No, I'm guilty. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm
Ms.
guilty.
Okay. Well, Mr. Davenport, you already know what I'm gonna say. Do you need a note or anything? Like something to say you
No,
were
no, I'm
here?
good. I'm self-employed. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. All right. I'm again apologize on behalf of the court.
Okay, no problem. Thank
Ms.
you. Have a
Hawkins,
blessed
turn your
day.
video on for me.
I can't.
I'm sorry, you cannot. Is that what you said? Because we can't take
No,
your
it's disabled. It's disabled.
I disabled the video earlier. She should be
Okay.
able to.
Okay. So are you driving, Ms. Hawkins?
Yes, I have to be at work.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to pull over because certainly I cannot allow you to commit a moving violation while you're talking to me. That would be problematic. And I do understand you have to be at work.
Okay, I'm pulled over.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hawkins, let's get this done so that you can get to work here. Ms. Hawkins, you were cited with failure to yield to the right of way while making a turn. Is that correct, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I got to get a yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and I understand you wish to plead guilty to that charge?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to plead not guilty and have a trial?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I do.
And you understand that by entering your plea of guilty, you're waiving that right?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering your plea of guilty, you're waiving that right?
Yeah.
Do you understand that you have that if this court has the authority to sentence you to a term of no more than 1 year in prison, no more than 1 year in jail, and up to $1,000 fine, except in certain circumstances? Not saying that that's what happens here. I need to let you know that that is the maximum of my authority. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are freely and voluntarily giving this plea?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Hawkins, I find you guilty of failure to yield to the right of way. Madam Clerk, is the standard fine $135?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Hawkins, I sent you to $135 fine. Are you able to take care of that within 2 weeks, ma'am, or do you need additional
I
time?
need 30 days.
I'm sorry?
I need 30 days.
30 days. All right, so we'll go ahead and place you on pay-only probation. You'll have up to
So
12
what if I
months.
take that at the court? I could go to the court and handle all this?
You cannot, not if it takes you longer than 2 weeks, ma'am. Okay?
So how to do it?
So they're gonna send you documentation via email and you can just follow the instructions that they send you, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Hawkins. You have a great day. Be safe. You can disconnect. And can the clerk, Mr. Marie Rose, can you guys come to the video?